Hello everyone, and welcome to today's stream. We'll be messing around with some more of the new tactics. There's a couple things that I haven't messed around with that I want to look into more, and then there's a couple builds I can show off that I have tested out a little more too, if we get around to that. So the first thing I want to look into is we'll need to pick up Blade tactic chance for it. And then I should probably take a little bit of healing just for safety, even though on non-transcendence dying isn't as big of a risk, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. When it comes to me doing live streaming and commentary, I'm definitely way more distracted than normal, so even on non-transcendence, there's a very real risk of me dying. And then I guess for non-transcendence, I don't really need anything for damage, like acceleration, so I could run solo performance, or for this one, I think I'll take Umbra chance as well. So we're going to be doing a mix of Umbra and Blade. And then before we start the run, let me just make sure... Okay, so the song display is working fine, and then the controller display is working fine. Who do I run this build on, is another question. I think there's probably some funny Rachel stuff we can do with it. So we're going to be taking... let me find it. This is one of the new red effects, Black Hole Ejection, where Black Hole will periodically launch nearby enemies into the air. It's a very strange red effect because it does the complete opposite of what you would normally be taking black holes for. But it's kind of fun to play around with, and then I'm going to take Summon Tentacle and Collapsing Tentacle to spawn a whole bunch of extra free tentacles for me. And then what someone suggested that you could maybe do with this black hole ejection is pair it with Rend. So that's what I'm going to be trying out now. I haven't tried that out yet. And it's going to be kind of hard to see here because we're in a real tight corridor, but once we move on to the next area, it'll be more obvious what this does. So, yeah, enemies just randomly get launched into the air when there's a black hole out. It looks very goofy, and it's, like I said before, it's very weird because it's the complete opposite of... Normally you're taking black hole because you want enemies to be pulled together constantly to help with, like, your character damage and stuff. And being able to pull enemies together is just a very generally useful tool to have. And this just makes black holes do the complete opposite. It makes them it throws enemies into the air, they go flying everywhere, they get completely ungrouped together. The nice part is that they can't attack while they're in the air, and they do take fall damage when they land as well. So you're getting some bonus damage out of this, and then you're kinda still getting crowd control like you would be with the regular black holes, but you're just getting it in a different way. The only problem with the whole fall damage thing, though, is that I talked about this when I did the pufferfish video a bit before. The way that fall damage actually works in this game is that it's based on how fast the enemy is falling when they hit the ground. So, especially when you get into later parts in the runs where you have a whole lot of random tactics hitting constantly and stuff like that, when enemies are hit in midair by most things, they'll take stagger, and then that also causes them to completely lose their momentum. So it'll cancel out the ability for them to take fall damage. Which, I wish they could somehow change that, but I don't know if they would be able to or not. It's kind of just how fall damage is coded to work, it seems like. It's not based on their actual height, it's only based on falling momentum. So some specific moves in the game can do something like trigger Lambda's passive, which gives you MP back when enemies fall fast enough. Some moves in the game can actually trigger that MP without the enemy ever touching, or without the enemy ever getting actually launched or leaving the ground. It's weird. But then, in other cases, it ends up being a detriment a lot because of what I just mentioned, where late in the run, when you have a whole bunch of tactics hitting, they'll cancel your fall damage quite often. And fall damage is no joke in this game either. It actually deals quite a lot of damage. So I think I'll go for a durable black hole, just to make them last longer and get more launches off. I think large black hole's probably not bad either in this build. And then I'll pick a blade. I want to get the rend early on to see how that works. So the theory is that when they're getting launched through the air like that and falling... Oh, that was really bad on my part. But anyways, when they're getting launched and when they're falling, they should take quite a few rend ticks. And you can somewhat launch bosses this way. So it helps solve a problem of... Rend was never able to really affect bosses too heavily, because they're always in super armor, and then they can only really be moved around when they're stunned, which this works the same way too. The bosses are only going to be able to get thrown by this red tactic when they're stunned or in a vulnerable state. So let me think. I can take attack rend. Rend's actually pretty easy to apply, or attack rend is actually pretty easy to apply on Rachel, because a lot of her bats and stuff, like from her passive and from the crosses and dashes, will apply rend. And then I'd probably want to save my skill slot for something like Frost that will give me more DPS. But I could also go Frost on attacks. Let's go with the attack rend. I think that's fine. Especially once I get some of the bat stuff set up. Rend will be getting applied pretty easily for me, pretty often. And then what I'm thinking is, maybe we try to go one of the other upgrades for Rend for this build. It's usually not ever worth going anything that's not Rending Impact, unfortunately. There's a couple tactics that just have kind of a best-in-slot upgrade, and Rending Impact is one of those things. Because Rending Impact, let me show it. Rending Impact increases all damage dealt, not just Rend's damage. It increases the damage your character deals, it increases the damage all of your tactics deal, so it's a huge deal as a damage modifier. But I'm thinking maybe we go something like Rend Boost, or shorter ranged Rend. I think Rend Boost has always been a really interesting concept of. The damage gets stacked the more you can apply it. It's just, normal enemies always die too fast to stack it, and then bosses, these stacks fall off if you don't keep them stacked. So anytime a boss isn't taking Rend, it's constantly falling off, and you can never get a whole lot of value out of it. But with this build, maybe we try it out. Though, I don't think it's really worth it. You'd have to get a lot of stacks to make up for... So like with this, it's just giving straight up more stacks of Rend, or more ticks of Rend. And Ren's already doing 110 base damage, so it would take 4 additional stacks of Rend boost to actually give the damage that 1 extra tick of Rend would deal. So maybe, unfortunately, I think it's just Rend boost is never going to stack high enough to be more useful than shorter ranged Rend. So I think I changed my mind on... I wish Rend boost was better, but I just don't think there's really a good enough way to use it. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm just testing out... right now I'm testing out a new red effect called Black Hole Ejection, where Black Hole launches enemies into the air, and then I picked up Collapsing Tentacle as well, because it spawns free black holes for me. And then what we're doing to pair with this is we're taking Rend. That way, once an enemy gets launched, they'll take a whole bunch of Rend procs, and take a whole bunch of damage that way. So if I put Rend on a bunch of enemies there, and I launch them, I don't really know how much extra damage they're getting, but they are taking a couple ticks of Rend. Let's grab a Sortisho. Since I'm on 80, I like using the Sortishos more. Ideally, I would just want to get free Tactic Ascensions out of this, especially since Rend is going to need the damage boost from Ascensions. And then I guess I can pick up the 3rd upgrade for Rend as well. The Execute might help if the fall damage doesn't quite kill them. I don't exactly know how fall damage works in this game. It seems like it scales off of the enemy's current HP. So I don't know if it can ever actually kill. It just depends on if it's based on percentage of current HP or if it's based on the actual value, I guess. And then I don't know if fall damage scales with how fast they're falling, or if there's just a minimum threshold. It's hard to test because the fall damage is very inconsistent if you try to look at it. Just due to either being based on the enemy's current HP, or maybe being based on how fast they're falling. Every time I've tried to test it in the training room, I get a lot of really inconsistent damage numbers with it. This is gonna be a really awkward boss fight with only 2 potentials. Especially without the tactics being able to really do a whole lot of boss damage on their own either. But I'm sure we'll make it through it. He is taking quite a lot of damage from Rend, surprisingly. Watcher is one of the best bosses, too, probably, for Rend. Maybe non-Firebite, too. She does tend to move around quite a lot. And now you can see that once he is in the stun state, I can actually just throw him a bunch with the with the black hole ejection, which is really funny. There was something I was trying to get set up where... Let's see if I can do... Oh, he got executed. Never mind. There was something I was trying to set up where I'd put a black hole on the ground and then one in the air. And it is actually possible to double launch enemies that way. It's just really hard to get the timing down for the black holes to launch correctly. And then the one time I actually got it to work, one of my tentacles spawned and canceled the fall damage right before he hit the ground. I was really annoyed with that one. I don't mind taking the 999 exchange points. I kind of want to reroll for tactic damage, but I'm not going to waste the exchange points. I could also go for this, but I don't think I should need it too much. Now the problem is I really don't know what else to pair this type of build with. Like I said before, I can just pick up, like, Frost on skill in order to have bossing DPS. But there's not really... I don't think there's really anything else that would synergize with this type of thing. I don't think targeted Shadow Spike is very good. It's low damage for how little often you can proc it. And then I can't take Rending Radiance... I probably don't want something like Execution Storm, because it's going to be one thing that cancels fall damage very easily. And then I can't take any other red effects here, so it's just... Where would I take the build from here? So I guess, yeah, we'll pick up the Ice Space here. Maybe we take something like Burning, because Burning will be another thing where, while they're getting launched, they'll just be taking constant damage. They'll be taking DPS from both the Burning and the Rend at the same time. Okay, perfect. I can get Skilled Cold without having to actually reroll it at all. I have a lot of bonus rerolls from the Sortitio, so it's not a big problem if I do have to reroll some tactics, but... Oh! Well, I guess that's the end of that. I thought I had enough height where I'd be safe dashing over that, and I did not expect that to do so much damage. The trap damage is maxed out, so it does make sense. Huh. Well, that was a very unexpected end to the run. I think I can say that's one of the weirder ways that I've died in this game. There's been a couple times where I've died to some very strange stuff. So let's think about, let's go with Rachel again. I think Kokonoe also wouldn't be too bad with this type of build, because her tracking lasers can easily just keep hitting the enemies, even when they get launched. But I think Also with that, if you're trying to get the fall damage, the tracking lasers will just also completely negate the falling speed. Oh, that's not the right characters. Another thing I wanted to try with Rachel and this build is that I can use Self-Feed when they get launched to send them even higher in the air. So we're just gonna pretend that the last run never happened, and we're starting the build for the first time. You saw nothing. There's the Sylphid. It's kind of hard to pick up early, though. There's so many other things that Rachel needs early on. This wouldn't be a bad idea to pick up either. The only thing, though, is, again with this, it's something that I'm worried about will cancel fall damage frequently. I do like the held version of skills. The other stuff I want to see is stuff like triple dash and stuff that doesn't make the rods break after a lightning strike hits them. With Rachel, you can always upgrade her rods and then her thunder, and that will always be a very strong build, no matter what tactics you're running. So now I'll go ahead and pick up Blade, and then start getting into the rending stuff again. I mean, not again, this is the first time we're doing the run. Nothing happened in the previous run, I swear. It didn't exist. We do not talk about the Rachel ice trap incident. Flying Blades is also something that's really interesting on Rachel. I mentioned this before briefly, but Rachel's bats that she gets spawned from her passive, and then the ones that come from like the crosses that you can throw, and the ones that get spawned while jumping and dashing, those all count as attacks. So when you have those things, you'll be setting off Flying Blades constantly. Maybe we go for Skill Rend, and then we go for Attack Flying Blade. Show up that type of thing, too. Though, again, everything comes back to that same issue. If I take Attack Flying Blades and they're flying out constantly, they're canceling fall damage again. It's just such a big issue when it comes to trying to do anything with fall damage. So here is one of the things I mentioned I want to see on Rachel. Now, after you hit the rods with your thunder, they don't disappear immediately. It makes her so much stronger and a lot safer to play as well, because you can attack from range. This is going to be a pain in the ass, though. Luckily, I can get some black holes to hit the top row, and that'll help out quite a lot. But the thing that's really annoying here is the extra butterflies on top of this, when I don't really have just space to outrun them. And then there's all these other projectiles going at the same time, too. So we took a lot of damage in that room. I don't really care about attack burn at all. It does deal more damage than dash burn, but I would rather use dash burn. And then I kind of want to just wait. I do want to pick up Durable Black Hole, but on White Rarity it's not very good yet. I might just sell. I'm probably just going to sell this other selection for extra money, since stacking potentials isn't really that necessary in this run. I should probably make sure here too, just to be on the safe side. Rachel's one character that feels a lot more awkward to play early on, but if you're ever able to get her going, she just becomes like a pure destructive force. Another thing I could maybe consider doing is just taking the attack shadow marks. This should actually... It transfers trap damage, I checked on that. So like if you throw an enemy into a trap while they're marked, that trap damage will spread to other enemies. It should spread the fall damage to other enemies as well. The only problem with this is that just... we have nothing for tactic DPS on boss fights. But if I can get far enough with Rachel, then it's not going to matter either way. Rachel will do enough damage on her own. It's just actually getting far enough to get to that point. I'm gonna reroll, just mostly fishing for higher rarity stuff. I could pick up the... Actually, I wonder if this works together. That might be something we can test. I don't think these shadow explosions will launch, because they're not actual black holes, they're a completely separate thing. But we might as well test it out. So I'll pick up Dashing Shadows at some point, but I want to look for some other things first. Ooh, that is perfect. Shadow Mark Multiplication is extremely useful for any Shadow Mark builds. It just helps spread the chain, or it helps spread the debuff around a lot more easily. So we can pick up the... This will unlock where I can throw the bats, and then I can also dash to just have some of them passively. That will help out a lot, too, with applying the Shadow Mark automatically. I think I will pick up Triple Dash first, though. Triple Dash is always important, but it's a very important one for me on Rachel, especially. Because what I like to do is dash cancel out of her aerial version of her skill. It makes it much faster. And then her dash attacks are also quite a useful tool early on, before you have a lot of your other stuff upgraded. We got the glitch. This game does not like it when you hit, wait, what? Huh? What did he die to so quickly? What? What happened there? Because he should have been at, like, half health from the phase transition. Huh? Hey, let me look at the stream preview thing and see if I can see what happened there. Actually, let me pull the stream up on, like, the actual stream up, and then what I can do is this... Yes. Okay, we've got a little bit of streamception going on right now, but we can watch it together. Let me mute it so you're not hearing me twice, too. What? What in the world? Why? He went from 37 to death. And... what? That was before Rachel even attacked. It was just the black holes, and then the... What happened? I thought maybe it was fall damage from the mini sweeper getting launched, but he didn't get launched at all. What in the world could have done that type of damage? Huh. Let me look one more time. Nope, I have no idea what was going on there. We'll see if maybe it happens throughout the rest of the run, too. Yeah, that's kinda... I'm thinking maybe... The bats are hitting both the enemy and the boss at the same time, and then there might be some weird thing that's going on with the damage transfer of these shadow chains. But they shouldn't... The bats shouldn't be doing enough damage that even with that, they're able to just deal a random 37k. It's also hard to tell if... There's a damage number in there that looks like 37,000, but it could also just be like two damage numbers next to each other, too. I wish there was a way to, like... I don't know, like maybe have different colored damage numbers based on... I'm pretty sure I just saw like a 7,000, too. But have different colored damage numbers based on their source. So, like, if Shadow Tactics are hitting, they'll be, like, a purple color or, like, a more of a gray color or something like that. And then that would just make it a lot easier to parse damage numbers in general. but that might be pretty complicated to code in. The other thing I would want even more is just a DPS meter that you could look at the end of every boss fight or every room, that type of thing. So you can actually get a sense of what part of your build is dealing damage. I don't have Rend Execute yet. No. So it wasn't anything to do with Rend Execute. I feel like I'm seeing it on the normal enemies too. They'll just kind of like explode all of a sudden. I would not be surprised at all if there's just some weird spaghetti coding. The more I look into this game, the more I get confused by this game and how strange some things are. Someone else that I talked to is looking into Noelle's damage numbers very closely, and they're finding a lot of weird things with her. Like, one thing I helped figure out is that there are two potentials you can pick up on Noelle that don't have any indication of, like... Some potentials will say the move deals more damage when you pick it up, but these are just two random universal enhancements that don't talk about damage at all. And they give Noelle a damage bonus for some reason. But back to what's going on now is... I think it has to be some kind of weird interaction with the shadow marks, because it wasn't happening last run when I didn't have them. Wait, I can just... I can just wind everything into the shredder. I don't need to play this room at all. Which, honestly, even if I'm not winding them into the shredder, skill rend on Rachel's up plus skill wind is a very strong synergy, because it makes them take so many rend procs. What's going on with this song? Something from Xenogears. Hopefully we get Tree of Origin as the next boss then. That'll be another way to see if the shadow marks are part of what's going on or not. There's some other stuff that I want to know about shadow marks as well. Unfortunately, I can double check again here, but I was trying to check before if debuff damage would be transferred through these shadow marks, but from what I can tell they aren't. I was trying to do it with burning earlier. Yeah, you can see it there. Even though that big group of enemies is burning, they weren't taking any additional hits aside from the actual burn itself, which is really unfortunate because that was kind of one of my plans for shadow marks, is use them with burning to really amplify the burn damage since it's being spread around to so many different enemies at once. But it seems like that's not possible. But I think Shadow Mark is able to transfer some tactic damage. Unless... I was using it for a couple things with tactic damage, but I was also using it... I was hitting the pillars with the Shadow Mark pillar red effect. So I wasn't just hitting straight damage, or I wasn't just hitting normal enemies when I was using it before. The pillars might kind of change how some things work, too. Unfortunately, we don't have tree here. We have to deal with the sand scorpion, whatever it's supposed to be. I guess he wouldn't really be a scorpion. Some kind of... He looks like a mix of a lizard and a snake to me. This fight's going to be a little bit annoying without Jin passive. I'll just have to play it a lot slower. Oh, at least I can launch him. Let's see if we can get the double launch to work. It did launch him when he was in midair there. It's just his fall damage got cancelled. Oh, he's gonna take a lot of Rin damage there. And by a lot, I mean that probably added up to, like, maybe 1,000 damage. Rin just deals so little of damage. Yeah, it could be status effects specifically that aren't working with the damage transfer. There's also a thing where there's a red effect with the shadow marks and the lightning pillars, where the lightning pillars can be damaged in order to spread the mark damage around. So you'll be hitting the pillars, but you'll be dealing damage to regular enemies through the damage transfer, basically. The pillars, unfortunately, also can't be debuffed themselves, so you can't put stuff like burn on them, you can't proc frost off of them. I had some plans with those as well, but the game, they just thought ahead of that. But the funny part is that they didn't think ahead about Light Wave, which is a tactic that's historically broken if you can hit multiple enemies. So I've seen some really crazy things of Light Wave, especially when combined with the ability to hit the shadow pillars. You can get up to 4 pillars at once if you have a red tactic with Radiance to summon 2 automatically for you. And then how it works with Light Wave is that if you hit 4 targets at once, for example, Lightwave scales off the damage of the hit that procced it. So if you're hitting 4 enemies simultaneously, it's adding together all 4 of that damage number before it calculates Lightwave damage. So you take a really big hit, like one of Hakumen has a down plus skill, or down plus attack, that can be charged up to deal bonus damage. Or you have something like Ragna has an enhanced version of his heavy attack that also deals a whole lot of single hit damage. You put that on top of hitting 4 enemies at once, and then you trigger Lightwave off of that, and you can one-shot 500,000 HP enemies on Transcendence with it. It's extremely broken, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's something that they patched out. And like I said, it's funny because it seems like they did plan ahead to a lot of stuff like this, not making the pillars be able to be debuffed and not being able, and other types of debuff damage not working on the mark damage itself. But then they forgot about the one tactic that has had to be patched in the past multiple times because of very similar issues, where you were able to stack the damage before it was being calculated into Lightwave and get really crazy results. One of the ways of abusing this used to be by playing Kokonoe and getting the max amount of components stacked on a single space as possible. And then, since all of the components detonate simultaneously, every single component would calculate into Lightwave simultaneously. It was extremely broken, and it got patched eventually. But while it was... before it got patched, I was able to one-shot almost every single Mind Trial boss and get a crazy fast Mind Trial time that way. I think in a single-player game, they don't need to patch things too heavily if some things are a little bit powerful, but when it comes to one-shotting the final boss of the hardest difficulty in the game for pretty minimal effort, I think that's something that's a little over the line for something that would probably need to be patched down a little bit, or just remove the interaction altogether, like they did with Kokonoe. I got distracted talking about random shit, and I forgot to test out one of the things that I wanted to do with the black hole ejections, and that's I can give enemies even more height by using Sylphid while they're in the air. I don't think I have the upgrade where I can... Oh, well, that didn't work. I think there's like a certain aspect of timing that you have to do with Sylphid. Sylphid is pretty weird about momentum. Like, there are specific times while you're moving that if you Sylphid, you'll get a lot more distance than otherwise. It's a lot based on the momentum you have when you press the button. So I need to try and time Sylphid, probably like right after they get launched or right as they're getting launched. It's just really hard to time because there's no real indication for when they're about to be launched. I wonder, another idea for a build could maybe be, I'll have to figure out sometime if it's no tactic damage that gets transferred by the marks, or if it's just debuffs. A build could be to do something like, how do I get to it? That's not what I want. Take something like Shadow Mark Chain Detonation, and then also take Black Hole. There's an upgrade for Black Hole where it explodes as well. So you can pull everything together with the Black Hole. It would explode, and then it'd start killing enemies, and then more enemies would get killed by the explosion of the chains as well. That could set off like a chain reaction type of thing. If I went attack Shadow Mark, I could also pair it with Lightning Impulses, which is also something that can chain react, explode to a bunch of different enemies. But at that point, Lightning Impulses can already screen clear on their own if they get a good enough set of enemies to bounce around to. So the rest of the build is probably kind of redundant. Shadow Marks could do the same thing, but better, basically, because it's using way less tactic slots to do it. I think the additional enemies are going to just die too quickly here to really see if the shadow chains are going to do anything funny again. Yeah, the shadow chains aren't really gonna do anything if it's just a single boss. I kind of wish they would maybe... I don't know. It'd be nice if Shadow Chains had some... or Shadow Mark. I'll probably call these Shadow Chains, because it makes more sense to me to call them Shadow Chains. That's what the name of the debuff is. And we already have... we already have a Shadow Mark thing that's... the Shadow Spikes also mark enemies in the same kind of way. Oh, we can see if we get the funny thing today. What I'd probably want to reroll is tactic damage, but this thing can do some real funny stuff. Let's see what happens. Yep. We got Burn Bomb, even though we don't have the requirement for it. We also got Shadow Chain Tether, which we actually do have the requirements for that one. And then we got Execution Storm, which we also don't have the requirement for. Whenever you take this Black Market for the 5 red tactics, if you take it when you're really close to being maxed out, it throws a whole bunch of red tactics at you, even if you don't have all of the specific requirements for it. It only checks if you have one of the requirements. So, like, for Burn Bomb, we don't have fire projectiles at all. But it just says, okay, you have Dash Burn, you have the requirement for it, here you go. And then it's the same thing for Execution Storm. We only have the Rend, but we still get Execution Storm. It's really weird. Sometimes it can give you... It can give you 2 red tactics that are on the same... how do I say it? It can give you 2 red tactics that are in the same slot. So you can get 2 red attack tactics. It's also weird because the menu isn't capable of showing you this. So if you look at the build, like in this menu, you just won't see the second red tactic, but you'll have it down in your bar and it will actually work properly. But that takes a really rare case to happen. It only happens with very specific tactic setups. It's not something that will happen just randomly or often. I tried to look at maybe if there was some specific way I could set that up to happen on purpose, because it would actually be really useful if you could then go and put the double red tactics into your inheritance. I'm curious if they would actually work, or if one of them would cancel each other out on the menu. Because if you try to inherit 2 conflicting red tactics from different Evo types, they will cancel each other out. But who knows how the game would handle it if you put 2 conflicting red tactics on the same Evo type. No, you can go over 5 red tactics with it. It's just very difficult to set up to actually do that. I don't know specifically, like... It's a really complicated setup for things. As not only do you need to be close to having full normal tactics, if you have completely full normal tactics, it just won't give you any red effects at all. It won't give you any tactics. If you have too little tactics, then it's going to give you a bunch of normal stuff instead. But if you have just the right combination of tactics that'll work for it, and then having enough red tactics without being at max red tactics, you can get more than 5. There's also another way, there's another method that's known of getting more than 5 red tactics and getting multiple red tactics on the same slot. It's just another thing that's very situational, and it gets very complicated. You have to really plan out everything ahead of time to be able to do it. The other method is basically that... let me try and think. I don't actually remember the method. I never messed with it too much. It's something that's a little too complicated for me to really want to mess with too much. It has something to do with inheriting tactics and then replacing them in a specific way. That's pretty much all I remember out of it. There's a guide for it somewhere on the official Entropy Effect Discord that explains how to do the method of everything. I need to watch my HP. I'm not paying attention to gameplay at all right now. I'm just kind of talking about random stuff, which is usually what happens on streams. So if I forget, remind me after this runs ends to go and test out some of the damage stuff on Tree. We hit a really weird glitch, or I don't even quite know what happened earlier. I was fighting Sweeper, and nothing was damaging him except for my passive bats, and there was a black hole and a tentacle on them, and they were marked by shadow marks. And they just immediately died from 37,000 HP. I don't have any idea why. My best guess is it was something weird with the damage transfer of shadow marks, with the bats also hitting multiple enemies, because the bats were hitting a one of the extra summons as well. But we haven't been able to see if we can replicate anything, because I had Serpent for the second boss, which doesn't really stay still enough with the summons to really test it. And then I had Eye for the third boss, which is difficult to test on as well. Those big samurai swings always have more range than I give them credit for, which is my own fault. It's just they'll clip me often when I'm not expecting it to. Oh, I only have 17 seconds left. Going in here was a mistake. I forgot that I had the reduced time limit from Covenant. I should probably try to actually perfect clear this stage, if possible. That'll heal back some from my Mind Crystal, and make up for the damage I'm taking here. Maybe we just scum the room by abusing... I just took damage. Actually, I don't know if that was, we'll see. It might have just been timer damage that I saw. Oh! I forgot. Well... I guess the theme of today is just dumb ways to die. Because that is the second run in a row that I've died in a very strange way that isn't commonly seen. Oops. What I died to was the fact that normally timer damage can never actually kill you. It can only drop you to 1 HP. But with the Covenant effect, it reduces the time limit to 5 minutes, and also makes it where the timeout is fatal now. I just completely forgot about that fact. I could have healed back with mixtures or something, but I was not thinking about that at all. Yeah. It's a new way to die, at least. And then we can... I wasn't really that interested in finishing that run, either. The tactics I'm testing there don't really do a whole lot in boss fights, and we kind of saw what they could do in normal enemy rooms. For those that joined late, what we were testing is a new red effect called Black Hole Ejection, which throws enemies into the air. And then, I don't know, I don't really know of a whole lot of ways to make good use out of it. But what I was trying is pairing it with Rend, because when enemies get launched, they're gonna take a bunch of additional Rend damage. Yeah, a lot of the Covenant effects are just really annoying to deal with. I've said it before, but I really don't like the fact that there's some Covenant effects that say, like, your ground skill is greatly reduced or your air skill is greatly reduced. I'd be fine with even up to, like, a 50% damage reduction, but I'd say maybe, like, 30 to 40 would be a better middle ground. But right now it's like a 90%, maybe even more than that. It's basically, instead of having that damage type reduced, it just deals almost no damage at all. So anytime you take an effect with that on it, it's almost just like saying, well, you can't use your grounded attacks for the rest of the run, or your aerial attacks for the rest of the run. It's a really harsh debuff. I don't see anything, or I didn't see anything weird going on that fight. I'll try it again just to see if anything happens. He does take some pretty okay... Whoa! Yeah, right there! That was a big damage spike, again. I was gonna say, I did notice some, like, damage spikes occasionally. But I don't know what would be doing that high of damage. I guess it could just be the bats getting their DPS multiplied by hitting multiple targets. Oh, let me bring up the browser again. Take a look. Let's see if we can see what's happening when that damage spike happened. I think it was somewhere around... Should be around here. Right there. He suddenly just spikes from 160,000 to 120,000. So that was 40k burst damage. But where is it coming from? There's no enemy spawn. There's enemies spawned here. I think it's right when the extra enemies spawn is when it happens. The enemies get spawned right around here. And then, yeah, it's the enemies get spawned and then the really heavy burst damage just applies pretty much immediately. But here it's more understandable because there's a lot of enemies for the Shadow Mark damage to transfer from. When it happened before, it was 30,000 damage that was just on a boss and a single enemy. I see the X mark that you're talking about. I think that X mark is just when a new enemy gets the Shadow Chain debuff on them, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that's interesting. The damage happening here on Tree makes more sense. But, the damage that happened on Sweeper before does not make any sense to me. Let me see if I can find it again real quick. It takes one of her potentials is what allows her to fly. It allows you to dash infinitely, even if you're airborne. It's not anything with Fatal Rend, though I guess it could be in this fight, or it could be in the tree fight. It's not anything with Fatal Rend in this clip, though, because I don't have Fatal Rend yet. Also, if you want another funny glitch that happened, whoop! If you stand to the right side of the right side of the or the elevator when it's going up here, you can like clip through the floor when you there's like this little spot on the right, and it just launches you into the air. But then this was the other time I noticed it happen. See, he just dies randomly. It was basically immediately after the Shadow Chain applied as well. Maybe something weird. Let me see. What's the button? What's the button for frame by frame on YouTube again? Is it period? Yeah, there we go. I swear, for one, that is a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage numbers that are going on right there. That looks like way more than there should be. But even with all those damage numbers at once, I don't think that should add up to 37,000 damage. I swear I saw like a 37,000 here. And then he's just gone. And I think you can kind of see it in the background. It's like 37 something something 8 right here. It doesn't look like two separate damage numbers, but it's always difficult to tell with this. But it's weird. Oh, yeah. There was a frame of it at the end there. Let me see if I can find it again. Oh, I went too far. 37,908. That actually... that might be two different damage numbers. Or maybe even three of them. If it's a single damage number, like with the 540, I think it would all be on the same alignment. But these are way different alignments. So I don't know if that's an actual 37,000. It's really hard to look at damage numbers in this game. Regardless, something weird happened there, and I don't know what it was. It wasn't Rend Execute, because I didn't have Rend Execute yet at that point. It was just something with the shadow marks and the bats, probably. I wonder... I thought maybe it was something like a bunch of damage being added when the mark itself gets applied, but the damage happens just slightly after the mark is applied. You can see they take one chunk of damage right there. They went from like 37 to 28, and then there's just another sudden chunk of damage again. Or there was one normal hit there, one more normal hit, and then couple more normal hits, and then he's just gone. Really strange. It might just be some kind of incorrect damage calculation coming through the shadow chain somehow. It doesn't seem like anything normal is going on there. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a lot of spaghetti coding with that shadow chain damage transfer. I'm honestly surprised the game can even handle it at all. Because, for example, like, if I hit 5 enemies, the example that I guess I would say is, to make it a little bit clearer, let's say I hit 4 enemies and a boss at the same time. That boss is going to be taking an extra 4 hits, because it transfers the damage from each individual enemy hit at once. So again, if I hit 4 enemies and the boss at the same time, he's taking 4 additional hits, 1 for each of the enemies. I'm surprised the game can even keep up with all the amount of hits going on at once, and then also duplicating all of the damage from having multiple enemies hit at once. I don't think I could do it on Sweeper again, because if I go into Sweeper on the Mine Trial section, he's not going to have the additional enemies that spawn. The additional enemies only come from the Entropy modifier, which is why I was going on to Tree, which has multiple summons. So I guess next I can show off... I might have a new favorite build in the game altogether. And it involves Toxin, surprisingly enough. After all this time of Toxin being just really terrible, it finally has a good build, in my opinion. I could definitely take this into Transcendence. I know it will do enough damage there. The only problem is I'm worried about throwing the run again by getting distracted on stream, so we'll just take the safe route of playing normal. So what we're going to start with is Dash Virulent Bomb and Splitting Virulent Bomb, as well as Legacy Pufferfish and Pufferfish Toxin Bomb. Pufferfish is vaguely involved, I can say that much. It's less so using Pufferfish for the debuff, and more so we're using Pufferfish as a way to spawn a ton of additional Virulent Bombs. Actually, let me go back real quick. I want to switch out Rachel's Legacy skill. I don't really like the Wind for what I'm going to be doing. The Wind has a very long animation time on it. So one of the red tactics that I have is every time a Virulent Bomb touches the ground, basically, it spawns 2 additional... You can see him here. It spawns 2 additional mini Virulent Bombs. And then the second one I took was that whenever Pufferfish are active, they constantly create Virulent Bombs. So we're just gonna have a ton of explosions going around the screen from Pufferfish at all times. Pufferfish spawning Virulent Bombs, I mean. I think Virulent Bombs were, like, definitely the best tactic in Toxin previously, and now with a couple of the new red tactics that you can pair with them, they're actually strong enough to be viable even up to Transcendence now. Because this is only the very beginning of the setup. Everything we pick up through the rest of the Toxin tactics are going to be helping create even more Virulent Bombs. I'm really happy that Toxin as a whole just has so many new builds you can run with it, and it's so much more well-rounded than before. It was probably the worst tactic tree in the game. Fire was pretty bad as well, but Fire at least had one build that was decent. Toxin, I never found any build for Toxin that was good at high entropy stuff. Hello, welcome to the stream. You could not build this specific version without inheriting anything. You could build a similar version, but splitting Virulent Bomb is a Fire Spirit tactic. And to put this together fully, I need to take Attack Toxin and skill Venom. Since we're taking Legacy Pufferfish, I can't take skill Venom and then run skill Poison and attack Fire Spirits. You can run this without, but you're getting 2 additional bombs, which each deal 430 damage. So I've tried running this build without this red tactic, and it does reduce the DPS quite a lot. Especially considering how many Virulent Bombs I'm going to be spawning by the end of things. This build gets pretty wild by the end. You could inherit basically anything else as long as you're inheriting that one specific red for the bombs. I've tried out a lot of different inheritance combinations with this. It's a little bit of an awkward build because it really doesn't take off until you get all the red effects put together. But I think this combination of things is the best setup I've found so far. It feels weird taking Toxin spaces again. I've built up muscle memory for so long of just completely avoiding Toxin spaces. These Pufferfish effect is something I was really happy with initially, and the more I play around with it, the more I'm kind of on the fence about it now. But anyways, I want to make sure I look for Condensed Virulent Bomb, since it's the highest damage multiplier for them. The other things don't actually increase their damage at all. Dodge Virulent Bomb. Which, Dodge Virulent Bomb is very funny with this red effect, because it'll spawn a bunch of them, which will also all split. But for the purposes of this build, I think Condensed is just much better. But yeah, with the Pufferfish thing, They're really funny to look at. I like that about them. And oh, I am really stupid. I thought the timing for the lasers was gonna run out, so I just started walking forward like an idiot. But yeah, the other thing... what was I saying? The pufferfish are nice if they're able to get their fall damage off, but I mentioned this when I was doing the last build as well, with the black hole ejection, that was also trying to focus on fall damage slightly. Basically, if a light breeze touches an enemy as they're falling, they get their falling momentum completely eaten, and then their fall damage goes away entirely. Fall damage in this game is not actually based on height, it's just based on the speed that they hit the ground. So if anything cancels their momentum for falling, then fall damage is gone completely. Actually, dodging the DOT tactics is not what we're going to be going for this one. I don't want to waste... Let me just do one more reroll. Yeah, I don't like rerolling these a bunch of times. If... so like advanced battle spaces, for example, it applies to buying tactics out of the shop too. It shows you all the different tactic elements, and if you're taking something like Chance Boost from Mind Crystals, you don't get additional chance for, like, Toxin here, in this example. So you can burn through a lot of rerolls, wasting time on what you want to find. I'll just pick up Pufferfish range. The Pufferfish upgrade that I pick up here doesn't really matter too much. It's mostly I want to get to the extension. But yeah, the actual poison debuff itself is going to be a pretty pivotal part of this build. And I think it's actually pretty good now. Compared to before, it was complete trash. It's fine now, as long as you're building into it properly. It's not something, and I think this applies to a lot of Toxin as well, and same with Fire. Toxin and Fire are very good once you start putting together some of the red tactics in the same tree. The red tactics have a lot of really good synergy now between both Toxin and Fire. So stuff like Kill Venom and the Toxin debuff is... I'm assuming what you were talking about with the DOT stuff. These are perfect examples. Where both things just, if you throw them into a random tactic build, aren't going to be very good. But there's new tactics that make both the Toxin debuff, or the Poison debuff, itself very strong, and then there's stuff that makes the Venom much better than it used to be too. Yes, normally the problem with it is that it takes too long to trigger, but if you pick up the... There's a new Venom red tactic that every time they get hit by Venom, they reduce the time it takes to set off the actual poison debuff effect. And then also, even that setup alone wouldn't be that good, because a lot of the bosses and even normal enemies will move out of... there's too many similar names in this. There's even normal enemies and bosses will move out of Venom too often. But what we're going to do to make up for that is we're going to put a red effect with these slimes, where every time the slimes jump, they'll apply Venom. which will actually be covering the whole map in Venom, and there'll be a constant source of Venom down on the ground, as opposed to having to worry about the cooldown of skill or legacy Venom. So it's really a thing, like I said, of where Venom and Fire both have really high synergy with itself once you start getting into multiple of the red tactics of the tree. There's still not a thing like Frost, where if you take Frost and Frost Burst, those two tactics are extremely strong just in a vacuum. You can put them with any other tactics, you can put them with any other character. The way that Venom, or the way that the Poison Tree and the Fire Tree are powerful now, are more so that they're powerful because their red tactics have really good synergy. They're not just powerful on their own, and they're not powerful at the beginning of the run. They're just able to become pretty crazy by the time you get the build put together with multiple red tactics. Which is something where, with that, and then the new change to Transcendence allows you to gain a bunch of rerolls. So it's becoming a lot more tempting to start with double red tactics, or even 4 red tactics in Legacy for some of the builds, if you're able to play on Transcendence to put them together. Ah, man. Either of these two would be perfect, because I will be stacking a lot of HP on Ragna. Honestly, all 3 of these would be perfect, but they all have such bad downsides to them. And that's unfortunate. I talked about this before, I don't like this, because it basically just disables the damage that you deal from that damage type. And then this is pretty much impossible to deal with unless you have an extremely high MP pool, or you have like a trial that restores MP, or maybe like Noelle's second legacy, or her reload from her character herself. Otherwise, you just can't really make use of that. It's even worse that it's increasing the skill damage, but reducing, or like completely taking away the ability to use skills. If it was increasing attack damage, then you could just not use the skills, but unfortunately this one is not lucky at all. The obligations are random, if you didn't know. This is actually really good. Mixtures are next to useless on Ragna, depending on how you play him, so not having mixtures is not going to be anything that I care about. I guess the escape death is something that would be pretty important, especially if I was building. A lot of times when I play Ragna, I'll take the extra escape death and the extra respawn time, just because Ragna's very prone to accidentally killing himself if you play as aggressively as I do with him. If you press the skill button at a bad time, you can just die immediately. There's kind of 2 different ways you can play Ragna based on how comfortable you are with draining your own HP. The way that Ragna's healing and draining system works is a little complicated. Let me see. I need to make sure, one thing I need to do is pick up Intense Venom for poison as just a way of reapplying poison, even if I'm not actually attacking the enemy. Now, will I actually remember that as I'm rambling in the middle of the run later on? Who knows? Oh yeah, you could go like Icy Legacy for MP as well. One of the buffs gives you MP. I've never really used the buffs from Icy too often. It's... They're really strong, actually. Especially if you look at the actual damage numbers on them and stuff. But I just hate the fact that it doesn't happen very often, but with Icy Legacy, it can reverse your controls, your movement controls. It's not very rare, but it does happen. And I'm just not too keen on that fact. I don't want to randomly die to a boss because suddenly my character moved in the wrong direction. But back to Ragna's healing and draining system. Everything is based on health percentages. So when you drain, it's based on your current health. So for example, if something were to drain 40%, and I was at full health, it would take an actual 40%. But, it's hard to explain this. It'll still take 40% if I'm at low health, but it will be 40% of, like, 2,500 of what I'm at currently right now. Whereas if I use a skill when I'm at full health, it takes 40%. It'll take the 40% from the 3,500. So basically, if you're using skills at really high current HP, you're draining a lot of HP, more than you're healing back. But if you're using skills when you're low on HP, that's when you start either making back the health that you deal, or making back even more in some cases. And then the way that his healing works is it's not based on your current HP at all, it's just based on your max HP. So anytime you gain more HP, you're just healing for more all the time. Doesn't matter if you're full health or low health. And then that also makes it where sometimes taking black markets on Ragna can actually be a detriment if the black market isn't good enough, because you're reducing a lot of your healing that way. It also makes Ragna way worse as a character if you don't have your mind crystal levels maxed out. Ragna's very, very dangerous to play on new accounts for that reason. You're just not getting nearly as much healing as you would be as if you had a bunch of starting HP. So that's one reason why I always take the HP Mind Crystal on him, and then I look for more HP spaces than normal. So basically, if you're afraid of Ragna's draining mechanic, you just want to make sure you don't use your skills until you're like under half health or around half health. It's weird because there's never going to be the same. It's never going to be the same percentage of health when you start out healing the damage dealt, because it's always going to change by your max health, and then it changes based on the move you use as well and what other passives you have with Blood Cane. So part of what we're going to be picking up to spawn even more Virulent Bombs is that now every time a poison enemy takes damage from a poison tick, they drop a Virulent Bomb. The Virulent Bomb that gets spawned this way actually deals a bunch of bonus damage as well. It's 1720 on that one, when regular Virulent Bombs do 380. That 380 is before damage increases, like the 65% and the 20%, but even then, the damage from the Virulent Bombs on this red tactic are very high. Yeah, there is a potential that changes the mechanics a little bit. It mostly just makes it better at what it already does. It makes it where you heal less at high HP, and it makes it where you heal more at low HP. So it kind of just makes it more of the same thing. It's just better at it. Yeah, I think that's a lot of people's experience with Ragnar, including my own. The first times I played him, I got like the draining mechanic that applies on your own attacks, or your basic attacks, pretty early on, and then I thought he was just like a really bad character, or he was like very difficult to play. But really, once you hit a certain threshold of HP, Ragnar actually becomes the complete opposite, where he's way tankier than other characters. Even though you're draining HP constantly, you're healing so much back. Like right there, I drained over half my bar and then healed back way more than I drained. That also has to deal with hitting multiple enemies. You do get some additional healing from hitting multiple enemies. It's heavily diminished healing per additional enemy that you hit, but it's still... any bonus healing is good healing. So we don't quite have everything together that will make the bossing DPS for this really high, but we should still not really have a hard time with the boss between just Ragnar's high damage output and then what we do have. As soon as I put both pufferfish on, let me see if I can... okay, he's broken. I'll just let the tactics do damage from now on. You can see that the damage is not bad. It didn't take too long to finish him off there, and it's not full build yet. The amount of virulent bombs that get spawned will become even faster, and then the poison debuff itself will actually be doing some noticeable damage in this build. I won't say for sure if it's like a high part of the damage of the build, but it is actually something. We didn't get tactic damage. If you get tactic damage with this build, I've had this build just like actually one-shot bosses, but the tactic damage bonus is actually just really powerful on its own. You could put that on quite a few builds and it would one-shot. So I don't think we'll actually... let me think, actually. You get 20% from buying a heal, or buying 20%. You get 20% HP from buying it from the shop, and it's 150. So that would be 600 out of the 999 exchange points that I would have to use. Nah, that's... oh, I hit the wrong button. Wait, no I didn't. Okay, we're good. No, I did. I hit the wrong button. Today is not a good day, I guess. It's gonna be fine, I think. I don't know how I hit confirm instead of deny there. A really best case scenario would be for Ragnar, and I mean honestly, on a lot of characters, if you can get the HP every time you perfect clear a room early on, and you get that stacked high enough, you can reach ridiculous amounts of HP, like 10,000 and above. So with how Ragnar's healing mechanic scales off of high HP, it would just go completely insane with having 10k or above. I think maybe even in my first Mind Trial video, I might have had like 10k HP on him. I think I had a lot. Way too much, or way more than I should have. Because at that point, it's just basically impossible to lose the Mind Trial. Unless you really mess something up. It's just giving me every single upgrade for Toxin, other than the actual potent poison that I want. Oh yeah, using Black Onslaught and missing is a very Ragna moment, and then you just die immediately. The Black Onslaught has deceptively low range on it. Even just like a lot of Ragna's attacks in general are pretty close range, but then Black Onslaught is even closer. Plus 100 EP on that Covenant probably would have been a better option. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I need to test it out again some more, though. Oh, here's Soul Devour. So you deal more damage and recover more HP at lower HP, but you recover less HP at higher HP. Like I said before, this isn't really that big of a deal, because the ratio of how much you're draining compared to how much you're healing at high HP is already pretty bad. So just being able to heal more at low HP is pretty much a net positive, especially because you'll also be doing more damage as well. But yeah, I'll have to check the EP on Perfect Clearing. It seemed to be bugged a couple times that I was taking it and using it, and it wasn't actually giving me any additional exchange points. But I don't know if that was just like a random bug that I ran into, or if they nerfed it, or if it was just something weird happening. Because it was a very strong black market, but I can't really see them nerfing that one and not others, because there's other black markets and covenants that are just ridiculously broken. Bloodcane is the part that... hang on. Bloodcane's the part that makes your attacks drain and heal MP. And Bloodcane's... it only makes the attacks deal more damage. Whereas Soul Devourer, it's all of your damage is higher at low HP. Maybe I should take a little bit more max HP. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, though. I want to get the rest of the Toxin build put together, because things will change pretty drastically once we get the remaining 2 red tactics. Which is why, even for this build, I've tested it out running 4 starting red tactics. Running 4 starting red tactics isn't the worst thing. It just makes the early game pretty awkward. Especially now, because I don't know what's been going on, but I really think that you get less potentials on average before the first boss fight. I've had a couple runs where I still managed to get like 4 or 5 potentials before the first boss, but in a lot of my runs I'm only getting anywhere between like 1 to 3. Usually I'll have at least 2, but before I feel like I could always put together a decent moveset for my character before the first boss fight, and now I'm struggling to do that on every run that I do, or almost every run. I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, shadow change something with how the room generation works in the first area and just not told us about it. They did the whole big tactics update, and maybe they made it where tactics showed up more in the first area to help you get the tactics going. I don't know. It's something it's really hard to, like, confirm or deny without having a bunch of run data of old runs compared to new ones. I guess if I really wanted to, what I could do is just write down how many potentials I had in a bunch of my old videos compared to new ones, but that's not going to be fun to do. I'm almost tempted to buy an extra potential or 2 here, just so I get red tactics before the boss fight. Dude, what is going on, game? It's shown me every single upgrade except for the one I want. Probably multiple times on each upgrade. There is Potent Poison. I should probably take it too, just because it's purple rank. The Toxin debuff really needs... Oh, yes. Perfect. It really needs both Potent Poison and Acute Poison at high rank. And then even the Toxin itself needs to be high rank. Otherwise, it's not very good. So I guess... Well, I said I was taking those for red tactics, but I changed my mind. Since they were high rarity, then I would rather just pick up the tactic. Not have to worry about trying to ascend the tactic later on. Unfortunately, again, we got Defiling Eye, which... the main problem with this build is that against flying enemies, it does not really do anything, because it relies on the Virulent Bombs on the ground, and then it's also going to rely heavily on Venom, which is only on the ground. So I'm kind of just stuck, Oh, there's a Ragna moment. I'm stuck just spamming dash attack in the air to do decent damage to this boss. I promise by the next boss fight. I mean, there you could see it. I wasn't attacking the actual boss at all, and it died. I don't know how much HP it had when it fell. It couldn't have been that much. But the tactics were dealing their own damage there. But yes, I promise by next boss... Actually, I should not promise that, actually. I just remembered... We could get Oreed as the next boss, which is another flying enemy. I swear, if we get Oreed now... This... Does this actually matter that much on Ragna? Probably not. It could be really funny, though, with Devoured by Darkness, because Devoured by Darkness does a lot of hits, and it says when a skill hits. It doesn't say when using a skill, like the first part of it does. I could also just get a ton of exchange points. I would much rather do that. Since I have a bunch of additional ones from the black market saved up, and I have the +2 rerolls, so I can actually burn through a ton of exchange points. So let's do advanced battle here. Long term, it would actually be better if I sell, assuming I even get tactics here instead of MP or instead of getting MP or potentials. If I get tactics, it's actually better for me to sell them here in order to have more money stacked up for the trial. Actually, is it though? Because it would also be money I would have to spend in... be extra money I'd be spending in the shop, too. Let me think about that. I can also get probably at least 1 or 2 more toxin, just room selections. We need 3 more? Yes. We need 1 for the slime, and then we need 2 reds. What did I get out of that? I didn't see. It must have been MP? Because you can't get HP anymore. And I don't remember selecting any tactics or potentials. So here again, I think it's still more worth it to take potential. Because even if I do have a ton of exchange points, it is still RNG if I get a potential out of the shop or not. Though I think with the amount of rerolls I have, it might just be better to have the extra exchange points here. I don't know, that's something that's pretty complicated. Because the amount of exchange points that are going to be enhanced is a percentage. So the more that I have, the better. And then also there's just the factor of RNG on if the potential shows up in a shop or not. Well, the tactic, or the trial effect is that when the end of the 3 rooms comes, when the end of the 3 rooms is done, it gives 75% of my total exchange points. But yes, it is 80 exchange point per... It is 80 exchange point per tactic that I sell. My brain is... I'm getting streamer brain. Things are not working properly in my head right now. I'll probably do 1 more run after this, and then call it good. But we'll see. How long have I been streaming for? I'm just curious. It's been 2 hours already. maybe I can make it to about, like, the 3-hour or maybe in 4-hour mark before I start getting streamer brain, but I don't know, something's been weird with me this whole week. I think I just have, like, a really low-grade migraine. It's pretty common for me to get migraines that last an entire week. Sometimes they're bad enough where I can't really even do anything for that whole week. But this seems like I do have one, but it's not bad enough for it to really be that inhibiting for me. It's just kind of throwing me off in general. You can tell me to be careful with Ragna moments all you want, but it's never going to happen. Whenever I play Ragna, something just... a flip, or a switch is just flipped in me, where I lose all sense of playing safe or anything. I mean, that's kind of honestly how I play any character in any game, but with Ragna, it's just... he also kind of plays that way on his own. So it's doubling down on everything. This is actually perfect timing for things. I'll get one more exchange space here, and then the trial effect will end, and then I'll have the guaranteed shop to use everything on right before the boss fight. So one thing to mention about trial effects is that they don't count down unless you go into an actual combat room. That is one reason why, in this specific case, I went for a couple of extra sortitions instead of just doing another combat space. The sortitions could give me a little bit of extra exchange points, and then I'm able to delay actually finishing the trial effect here, which is important because I need as many exchange points as possible when it actually triggers. So, 1304 really isn't that high of exchange points. It didn't help us too much, but any extra money helps out, especially when you have the bonus rerolls from Covenant. I want both of these. I'll pick up this first. This hidden effect is really nice for Ragna because it allows him... it allows him to... If you do Devoured by Darkness, just raw, normally, it has a very long startup animation on it. But with this, it allows you to do it out of a dash attack and use it immediately. Devoured by Darkness is another Ragna moment where you can try to use it for healing, especially because it's one of the best ratios of... It just heals way more than other moves do. But anyways, it's another way of doing a Ragna moment where you just try to use it for healing and end up killing yourself instead because of the long startup animation. This is gonna be a little weird. I don't know if I passed any tactics yet. I'm used to skipping them. So we can pick up Venom Enhancement at least. That is something that will help a bit with the next boss fight. When Venom deals damage to poison enemies, it reduces poison duration. And then remember that poison is also... Every time the poison debuff deals damage, it's also spawning a Virulent Bomb. So having a way to make this go off quickly is going to be very helpful. I still need another red tactic, though. We might have gotten a little too greedy with things. But I think... No! Why are you Ori? Like the worst... the worst boss luck I could have. For this specific build, too. If it was any other time, I would... a lot of times I prefer Ori'd. Because she can't go into, like, the whole invulnerable phase that Nan can do with her lasers if you don't kill her fast enough. She'll at least take a lot of damage while she's in the stun state on the ground there. Okay, let me read through what you guys were saying, because I missed quite a lot of chat. You want to press A like a second time early on in the sortie show, and that'll make it roll faster, or whatever your confirm button is. And then also, it's really weird, but the duration of the sortie show roll is also random. I think it's based on, like, where at on the wheel that you're actually getting as a reward. I don't think Sortisho actually works as like a true roulette wheel, whereas like with a real roulette wheel, you press the stop button and it stops exactly on the tile that you're on. I think Sortisho is just true random, and it would make this make a lot more sense too. It being true random, that's why it takes a variable amount of time for it to get to the actual reward that you're given. Hopefully that all makes sense. It's not stopping the minute you hit stop, it's having to cycle all the way through to wherever the reward is that it actually picked randomly out of the entire list. That's something that it's another thing that's hard to confirm, but based on what I can see, that would be my best guess of how it works. Oh, like the actual animation is faster too? I don't know. Maybe there's some weird thing that's FPS locked. Imagine if I just don't get a single tactic from shop somehow and can't finish putting the build together because I was too greedy. That would actually be hilarious. One of the reasons why I was being a little bit greedy, though, is I want this character to have as many potentials as possible, because I'm considering using this build for a Ragna Mind Trial video. So we got this, and then we actually need one more tactic still. Oh, this is actually getting sketchy. I should not use any more rerolls of this shop. I'll have the 2 additional free ones from the later shops. If I run out of money without getting this tactic... Oh yeah, you're right, Floating Mind is another flying boss. Also, hello, welcome to the stream. And, yes, I agree with you on... I have also killed myself many times on Ragna by doing random bullshit or making random mistakes. Main thing that I wish with Ragna is that he didn't have quite so many of his combos locked behind a ton of different potentials. Ragna feels really fun when you have all the different combos unlocked, but it's hard to get enough potentials for everything. Did I just... Oh, okay, never mind. It looked like I wall jumped, which... I was gonna be really surprised if that was a mechanic in this game, and I never knew. I didn't actually wall jump, it just looked different because of the boost. Floating Mind on Transcendence is just pure madness. So I did check earlier, and... it seems like they did fix the issue with the laser just hitting like 10 times per second. Unless it was some random bonus that I had from like Sortisho or something. Or not Sortisho, but like Black Market or something. Last time I checked on Transcendence Floating Mind, anytime the laser hit you, it gave you like a half second of invulnerability, or a brief period of it. So the laser wasn't just shotgunning you anymore with 10 hits of 900 damage. The laser still is doing 900 damage, though, on its own. It's just that it seems they fixed its ability to one-shot you by doing multiple instances of damage very quickly. Still, I think Transcendent Floating Mind is a complete bitch to fight. The laser parts were annoying enough before it started crossing up in diagonal patterns. The diagonal patterns get real funky. Oops, I did not mean to dash through the platform there. How many potentials am I at? I'm at 500%, which is a lot of potentials. I have 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 potentials left, and I can get a guaranteed 3, as long as I don't fuck anything up. So 2 from the additional bosses, and then 1 from Reki. We might see a actual full potential character on stream today. There's still a little bit of luck for shops, though. I have 2 more shops, and I'll need to see 3 potentials out of them. Which I'm not too surprised about, seeing a max potential character, because of the covenant that we have. The +2 additional shop refreshes for free are the best thing to always look for if you're trying to get a max potential character. It just makes such a huge difference in the amount of potentials that you can find during the run. And no, I have not done any boss patterns guide. That's something that might, I don't know, it might be out of my scope. It's hard to explain it exactly, but when I'm doing boss fights, I don't really think about their patterns all that much, and I don't really pay attention to them in a way where I'd be able to explain them to other people. When I'm doing boss fights and pretty much gameplay in general, I'm mostly just playing purely off of muscle memory and reaction. Which is one reason why I think when I play characters like Jin and Hazama, I have a lot of really highlight moments with those two. Because both of those have invulnerable stances or blocking stances that I can press on reaction very quickly and do a lot of really weird stuff with. There was a moment in the last... let me actually... Okay, so I need to buy a tactic. I need to make sure I don't pick up I need to make sure I don't pick up Poison Slime, because that's the wrong thing and will completely ruin the build. And then, okay, now we're fine. We actually have the build put together, which was a very big concern. If I managed to not get tactics here or spend too much money, and I didn't get this, it would nerf the build a lot. I'll explain the build after I finish shopping. The other thing is I don't want to waste anything on Ascensions or anything. I also need to be careful about how much I spend on shop refreshes too. Let's see. I think I'm still going to use one more refresh here. That wasn't good, unfortunately. I think it's still okay, though. We'll see one more shop. I think we only got one potential out of that shop, didn't we? So we still need two more from here. Honestly, there's one potential I actually don't want to pick up on Ragna. So if I'm one away or maybe two away, I don't really care that much. I do probably want to take this. This is the potential I do not like on Ragna. It's useful, especially having the extra dash distance. I just don't like the hidden effect on it. I almost wish there was a way to turn off certain potentials or hidden effects. That way, if they mess with certain things that you don't like, then you can just turn them off and not have to deal with them. I don't like the hidden effect where halfway through a dash attack, you can press attack to dash attack again. Because a lot of times what I'll do is I'll try to do dash attack into down air, and then you can see it worked the first time I did it, but I think it's the timing based thing. If I time it out to where the dash attack is actually ended, I can still do that combo. But if I try to do dash attack straight into down air as fast as I would be able to normally, even though I'm pressing down, it's still just reading the input of I'm pressing attack again, so I'm getting another dash attack. And this completely fucks with my muscle memory and makes me do a lot of things that I don't want to be doing. So I just never pick up that tactic. It's not necessarily bad, it's just something that I don't like. It'd be better if they just made it where you had to be pressing neutral on the movement direction in order to get the extra dash attack. But right now you can't do your up attacks or... Actually, let me check that just to make sure. Why does it work with up attack? This game is so fucking inconsistent, I swear to God. So it works fine if I do up attacks after the dash attack, but if I try to do a down attack out of the air, it reads another dash attack input. Yeah, fuck you, game. I hate this game. I don't really hate this game, I really hate how I can never say anything, because every time I try to look at some kind of mechanic, it just works completely differently in different places or in different situations. I think we're fine, though, now, in terms of being able to get every potential except for the one that I don't want. This isn't even a translation problem, it's just the mechanics working differently on two separate inputs. It's just janky coding in this case, which I'm learning a lot more too about things in this game being jankily coded. Someone is looking into Noel in really high depth in terms of damage and stuff like, not quite like frame data, but other stuff about Noelle, and they're finding a lot of very strange things with her. And then also, I found a lambda glitch recently too, that just seems like janky coding. Before we go into the final set of bosses and Reki and Susano, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, so I'll be back in just a minute or two. It won't be long. I'll see you guys soon. Alright, I am back. Now that I have the build fully put together, we'll talk about the build and explain how it works before we go into the boss fight. This is a build where all 5 red tactics are pretty necessary. You could maybe drop Pufferfish Toxin Bomb if you wanted, but it's doing a lot in the build too. And then it's also a build where you are required to inherit splitting Virulent Bomb, because this is a Fire Spirit tactic in order to get it, and you don't have any room to take Fire Spirits in the actual build. So it starts with Poison Virulent Bomb. When a poisoned enemy takes damage from a poison tick, they drop a Virulent Bomb that deals additional damage. And then in order to make this happen as often as possible, you take Venom Enhancement. When Venom deals damage to poisoned enemies, it reduces the poison duration. So it makes poison go off significantly faster. You also want to make sure you get Acute Poison and Potent Poison. make the actual poison debuff better. Acute poison especially is going to make a huge difference in how fast it'll trigger during boss fights. And then, to also make sure that Venom is down constantly 24/7, and it spreads throughout more of the map, especially for normal rooms. For bosses, spreading it out isn't as big of a problem, but for normal enemy rooms it's nice. You take Venom Slimes, where slimes generate venom every time they jump, which will apply the Venom Enhancement effect. And then, in order to... So we're spawning a bunch of Virulent Bombs from the poison effect constantly going off thanks to Venom Enhancement, and then to make the Virulent Bombs significantly stronger, you take Splitting Virulent Bomb. Every Virulent Bomb spawns an additional 2. This actually, it's a little bit badly worded. There's 3 Virulent Bombs in total. It doesn't, like, split into 2 different ones. It creates an additional 2 of them. So that could be worded a little bit better now that I'm looking at it. But anyways, this gives you 2 more Virulent Bombs every time one is spawned, and then each of them deal 430, which is a pretty high amount of damage. But combined, that's a bunch of extra damage, especially considering how fast Virulent Bombs are going to be spawning. And then, to top it all off, there's going to be even more additional Virulent Bombs being made while Pufferfish are out. So this build is entirely centered around creating as many Virulent Bombs as possible and making the Virulent Bombs as strong as possible as well. I think the new red effect between Venom and Poison is also pretty strong on its own. It lets you get way more damage instances of the Poison than you would be able to before. Because Poison was always just... On bosses, it was way too slow compared to the damage it deals. Whereas now that it's able to actually rapid fire off, it's much better than before. It's hard for me to just, like, leave damage down on the... Oh, yes, teleport down to the bottom of the screen. Thank you. Yeah, look at... I'm not damaging him at all. A lot of the effects have gone away, like the bombs have already exploded. But you could see, just the... Most of that damage towards the end of that fight was just the slimes inflicting venom, and then the venom inflicts poison, and the venom also makes the poison tick down extremely quickly. You can get a lot of venom procs off this way. So you could run the 3, you could run the 2 venom things. Like, you could run just Venom Slime, and, you could run Venom Slime with Venom Enhancement. That'd be a pretty strong build on its own, if you don't want to go full Toxin. But that'd still be... You'd still need 3 slots for that. You could use something like Attack Toxin, Skill Venom, and Summon Slime. Or, since you're putting Venom on the slimes themselves, what you could do is you could run Legacy Venom, and then that would free up your skill slot for Frost, or your attack slot for Frost, or whatever you want to do with it. But I think running it as a full Toxin build is going to be the strongest way to put it together. But there is some flexibility to throw it into other builds as well. She went down fast. Can I do it? I think I messed it up. It's really hard to do that combo. Or not really combo, but it's just... It's a long sequence of events, and while you're doing it, you also have to make sure you're not dying to the lasers. I think I messed up somewhere, like I jumped an additional time or dashed the wrong way. I messed up something there. You can get enough height to go up there and attack her. But I just barely messed things up a little bit too much. Let me check where I'm at for tactics. I think I'm just... Okay, yes. I have all of them except for the one that I don't want. So this run is capable of being a full potential run if I kill Reki. It's just I don't want to take that last one. I don't think Reki is going to be too much of an issue, though, here. If I do it correctly... Okay, no. I did not get nearly enough damage there. Now she's gonna be locked into her phase here. As soon as she starts all this bullshit, she can't die even if she goes down to 1 HP. So I have to wait for a long time until I can kill her. But if you can do enough burst damage right away, you can actually bypass all this stuff. I wonder what's gonna happen when the phase transitions. I was holding skill after my dash attack. Oh, that's dumb. It should have still given me the. Hang on. I probably shouldn't fuck around during this. That's fine. Just go into invincibility if you're worried about Reki, and have tactics that do 1,000,000 damage for you, and then it's easy to win the fight, I swear. But yeah, I was holding skill for, what's it called? Devoured by Darkness during the phase transition, and it still did, like, the animation afterwards, but it did the miss animation, even though I have the upgrade for it, where it should still go off even if it misses. Reki's phase transition is just really awkward, though. Oh yeah, this build definitely works in Transcendence. I've done Ragna runs with it. I'll probably, when I do the... actually, I don't know. When I do the commentary video for this build, I might do Transcendence. Transcendence runs just get really long, and when I'm trying to explain a whole new build on top of that, it gets pretty difficult to do everything. There were a couple times during the Icy run that I did on Transcendence that I almost died. Because it's just really hard to focus on Transcendence difficulty while doing commentary. Especially when I have an entirely new set of tactics and builds to explain during that run. It wasn't as bad in the other runs that I was doing in Transcendence for a while, because I wasn't having to explain the entire build as well. But yes, I played this in Transcendence, it works perfectly fine there. The main issue is that the build doesn't really come together until you get all or almost all of the red tactics. And then I've also tested this build in... I've tested this build in Mind Trials as well. We can do a Mind Trial run real quick before we go on to the next build. I almost deleted the character. That would not have been good. Oh, that would have been so bad. You can see I have a couple characters here where I've been doing some different testing with this build. I have a bunch of almost 3k rating characters. I must have clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what would be the best way to inherit for this. I think the Virulent Bombs and then the Pufferfish, like I did, are a really strong starting point for the build. You could inherit all 4 red tactics if you're doing Transcendence runs. It'll still be a little bit more painful to set up, but it is possible on Transcendence now. That'll make the early game a little bit weaker, but it'll let you get to all 4 red attacks, or red tactics a lot faster. I'm trying to... Oh, I can't see what's on their inheritance from this menu. But the 4 that I inherit are Virulent Bomb with Splitting. You do need to make sure that you have Splitting Virulent Bomb in inheritance, and then it's kind of up to you what you pick after that. I do Dash Virulent Bomb with Splitting, and then I do Pufferfish with Toxin Bomb, or Pufferfish Toxin Bomb, because the Pufferfish make a lot of extra bombs for you early on. So let's see, here's... I had a 546 clear on that one. I thought I cleared faster than that. I thought I got one that was closer to 5 minutes. But either way, a 6-minute clear wasn't that bad. And this character wasn't at full potentials either, so he was missing some damage on that. We'll see how fast we clear with this one. Hakumen's setup is... You can either take... Skill Rend with Rending Impact and Rend Execute, or you can take Skill Frost with Frost Burst. Either one works really well on him. They both work about the same. And then those two things combined with stuff like his Shippu as a plus skill, and then the upgraded version of his base skill, where the counters hit multiple times, those will both just end up doing 1,000,000 damage on Hakumen. And then you can throw in stuff like Light Wave as well, if you want, for your attack slot. Light Wave is pretty good just in general on Hakumen, since he has really high base damage, and Light Wave scales off the damage of the attack that deals it. So what's really powerful on Hakumen is that if you have the version of his down attack that you can charge up, or even just a fully charged version of his heavy attacks, if you do that when your Light Wave is ready to go off, you'll deal a ton of damage. If you're going in Light Wave, you need to make sure that you take the upgrade where Light Wave can recharge even while you're in combat. Otherwise, when you're doing boss fights, it just won't recharge very much. And then you can either do those as separate builds, or you can do them both at the same time. And then also you can take Summon Radiance is pretty good on him. Summon Radiance isn't as good as it sounds, because it only increases the damage you deal based on the base damage of the move dealt. It applies before other damage modifiers, which is weird, but that's just how it works. It's the same way for Frost. But with both of those things, Hakumen has really high base damage, so even though they aren't scaling with other damage multipliers, they're still giving Hakumen a lot of extra base damage. Otherwise, I don't think there's a whole lot that's real powerful on him. That wouldn't just be stuff that's generic on every character. Like, there's a build with light spears and lightning orbs that's just very powerful on everyone. Those would be fine on him, since he'll be in melee range often while he's doing the blinks and stuff from the counters, and he'll be invincible, so he can proc those a lot. Yeah, the one-shot build is basically just like how you would want to build him normally, too. It's just that the one-shots only work in regular runs because you have the 100% additional damage on full health targets, and then also like Bloodthirst is up to a 200% damage modifier. You can't get those type of things in the boss rush and stuff. Your tactics or your mind crystals don't apply in mind trials, which are the boss rush. So you can't get quite the same one-shots that you would in regular runs. But the build still works to make him strong there too. It's still the same thing you'd want. There's another thing you can do with Hakumen in particular, but it's just not really strong enough to be worth it. If you have one of the upgrades for certain tactics that say the tactic will apply, or the tactic will activate when you get hit, you can block a hit with his counter, and that reactive tactic will still go off even though you're not taking damage. So it's a way to proc reactive tactics without actually taking damage. Unfortunately, there's really just not any use case where that would be good enough to really justify taking, especially over how powerful the other builds for him are. I was drinking. I did not expect the next boss to start attacking me that quickly. Unfortunately, it's kind of the same thing with tactics in general, where there are certain tactics that are just generically good, while also not requiring a lot of tactic spaces to take up, or a whole lot to really get going. So like this build, for example, is the complete opposite, where it's very powerful, but it requires the full build to play, or to be at peak performance. Whereas stuff like Frost and Rending Impact are something you can just take 2 to 3 potentials, or 2 to 3 tactics for, and they're immediately powerful. They don't need anything else to work for them. And then on top of that, they're way too powerful for how efficient they are and how generically useful they are. There are 5 tactic builds and completed tactic build sets that can outdamage stuff like Frost and Rending Impact, but it's the efficiency of minimal amounts of slots and how they're just useful in every situation will always make them be like a quote-unquote meta tactic if you ever just want the highest value for the least effort. That's something where I'm glad to see a lot of new tactic builds and stuff with the new tactic update, but it's not something they really addressed at all either, is the overall tactic balance. Oh, my SP skill did not go off there because the tree died. Oh, I'm out of SP. Or I'm out of MP. I was gonna try to do a flashy combo there on on her at the end, but I ran out of MP and she also just kind of died. Alright, see you later. If you're still here. Hopefully I got to you before you left. Looks like this run's gonna probably be around 6 minutes again. Which is, it's not like speedrun territory, but it's pretty fast, especially for Ragna clearing. I think maybe with a really optimal build for Ragna, you could maybe do like 5 minutes or under. But 6 minutes isn't slow at all for... I'm not really trying to kill things efficiently, I'm just kind of playing the game. Also, if I would have been paying more attention to this last fight, I could have saved at least a minute on it. If not is able to go into her laser phase like that, you just eat a huge time loss. So I think he could maybe do a 5-minute run if I played optimally, maybe. I'm not quite sure about that though. It could be under 6 minutes, and it could be pretty close to 5. For speedrunning territory, you normally go down into 4 or less minute clears. Speedrunning this is something that really depends on the character, though. Lambda and Kokonoi are capable of doing under 3 minutes. I can't remember what the record is, but I think it's like 2:17. It's in the really low 2-minute ratio. So I think we'll test out a... What do I need for this build? I think it's mostly lightning. I'm trying to think. If I need to go back, I can. It's not a big deal. Then who do I want to run this on? I think I was going to try and do it with Hibiki for a couple reasons. So I want Lightning Orb, and then Shadow Lightning Orb for red effects. I love the naming of everything here. This is called Lightning Orb, which is the same as the actual just summon lightning orbs, but it's a red effect that goes onto the impulse slot, so it makes everything very confusing. But anyways, what it does is when an enemy is inflicted with lightning, a lightning orb is generated that tracks the enemy, and then Shadow Lightning Orb will also just have synergy with that. When generating lightning orbs, you also generate Shadow Lightning Orbs. Another thing you can do with this that I've tried is... Where is it? I thought I had it somewhere here. Oh, here we go. Instead of running the Shadow Orbs, you can also run Lightning Orb Shot. It makes it where the Lightning Orbs deal a bunch of bonus damage every time they hit, and then at the end of the duration they also deal extra bonus damage. I think this one's fine. It didn't seem real strong or real weak either way. It was just kind of okay. So this time I'll try it out with the Shadow Lightning Orbs and see how that works. I don't have real high hopes for this build, any way you put it together, because the Lightning Orbs just don't really ever deal that high of damage. But I think somewhere in, like, in non-Transcendence, that's never really too big of a problem. The place where you start needing to min-max damage more is in Transcendence, because of the massive health scaling that enemies get there towards the end of the run. So what I need to find... Oh, perfect! I want to find the Oblivion Glaives, the orbiting ones, immediately. One reason why I want to put this on Hibiki is that the lightning orbs are going to kind of like stack with his orbiting glaives. How it's just something that constantly follows you around and deals damage. And then the orbiting glaives are going to be able to very easily apply skill lightning constantly. And it's going to be easy to apply it on the entire screen as I move throughout it. So now I can just put on the orbiting orbs and then dash around and apply impulses to the entire screen quickly, which you can see it spawns a bunch of these extra orbs that just kind of fly around the screen and attack things. And then it's kind of weird. I expected the shadow orbs that get spawned in this way to also just kind of fly around the screen the same way as the normal ones do. But the shadow orbs actually follow the character like the normal ones do. It's really weird how it works differently for both types of orbs. It's going to be a little bit hard to see it, but I guess now you can see it, maybe? That I have a couple extra shadow orbs rotating around me than I would normally. I think you can't quite get to the point of where you're ever spawning enough of these to where they're doing enough damage, but it's a neat mechanic to play around. And then one of the other problems with this build is that all of the red effects for orbiting lightning orbs are stacked on the same exact summoner slot. This is something that I'm a little bit annoyed with in general, too, with tactics. A lot of the new tactics even have this problem, where they can't really scale up over the course of the run, because they're limited to only having one red effect tied to them. But another thing you could do with this build is maybe you run the Orbiting Lightning Orb with Lightning Orb Thunderbolt, since that will... all of the additional Lightning Orbs that are being spawned that are flying around the map will also apply this. And then you can go with Seeker Thunderbolt, where they'll be dealing additional damage that way. You can also just build this into... You could probably build this into a Light Spear build as well, like the previous Lightning Orb build has always worked, where the Lightning Orbs spawn Thunderbolts, and then when the Thunderbolts hit, they spawn Light Spears. You should be able to build this into that. But I don't want to just build that again, because it's basically the same thing as the old build. I've tried several different builds, though, trying to get this to work outside of that, and I haven't really got anything too great put together yet. Though it could have also been the problem that it's just not a build that'll work in Transcendence, and I was trying to play in Transcendence while testing a lot of builds. So we'll see how this works on non-Transcendence, and see if it feels better there. Which most builds do. Isn't there also a red tactic between... I feel like there's a red tactic between Lightning and shadow somewhere. When an enemy has shadow, that enemy gets struck by a thunderbolt. Oh, so that's not really something that would work off of these thunderbolts. But I guess it is something we could go for, just to have more red tactics working for us. I should also... The other thing I can do is build this into Thunder and Lightning, which is what I did last time I tested this build. I feel like there was something else I was going to do with the attack slot, though. Oh no, I remember what it was now. It's... There's just so many builds you can do with this new stuff. The other thing you can do is, instead of the shadow orbs, you can make it where the orbs trigger Chain Lightning instead. And then with the Chain Lightning setup, you run Thunder and Lightning, because Thunder and Lightning makes the enemy take extra damage every time they're hit with Chain Lightning, basically. So you're spawning additional orbs that are dealing additional damage because of the Chain Lightning and then the additional damage from Thunder and Lightning. The build's a little bit more complicated than that, too, but I don't feel like trying to explain all that stuff right now. Well, for potentials, we got basically the full... we got the full perfect setup for the Oblivion Glaives. We got the Oblivion Glaives, they orbit, and then the dashes are a lot better while the Oblivion Glaives are out. So I guess I could go into Attack Lightning. Did I check something? I'm trying to remember if I tried damaging the electric pillars. We could try that. I know I tried... So what this red effect does is it makes it where you can damage these electric pillars, which is a little... It could be important for builds, like I said before, where when your lightning orb hits something, it spawns thunder, and then through another red effect after that, it'll also spawn light spears. But hitting the electric pillars in this way prevents a lot of interactions like that from happening. So we can try it, though, and see if the damage is actually being passed on through the pillars. I'll try to explain that more once I get the tactics where it becomes relevant. It is becoming... I like the new tactics update, but explaining these new builds has gotten a lot more complicated than it used to be, thanks to just new mechanics or new crazy builds where all 5 red tactics are interacting with each other. There was maybe like a couple builds that used a lot of red tactics together, but mainly it was just finding a set of maybe 2 to 3 of them that all chain together. Now it's like you're having complete 5 red tactics builds that all have a lot of synergy with each other. So it's gotten... It's fun to set up that type of thing. It's just gotten a lot more complicated to be able to explain everything. I'm going to have to remember that I don't have the invincibility on staggering cuts. It's one of those things that is really into my muscle memory to press staggering cuts to avoid enemy hits. But I cannot do that right now. I should have gotten the... Or I should have seen if I could get the funny momentum glitch with this elevator again. I always forget about it until it happens. And maybe should have given a chance for the... See if the tactics would do any damage at the end there. But I don't think they were really doing much of the DPS. I think one of the problems is that this has a cooldown on it for how often you can actually create the additional orbs. So it prevents you from stacking a significant enough amount of them. Another issue that I was having in one of my other runs when testing a similar build to this is that if you one-shot an enemy, then it doesn't apply the lightning to them, or it doesn't trigger the lightning orb effect before they die, and it just gets basically eaten for that enemy. Even though you applied lightning to it, they died before the orb gets spawned. And when I was trying this build on Ragna, that was happening the entire run, because Ragna's skill damage is too high. So that'd be something like... I think this build would be really good on Lambda as well, since her portals are a constant source of being able to apply the skill Lightning Impulse debuff. But with Lambda, there's a similar thing, where if it one-shots the enemy or kills the enemy, then you're missing out on a lot of the orbs that could be spawned. Oh yeah, this is something we could throw into the build. We could do this instead of... I think this messes with the lightning pillars that I was thinking of trying out, or the shadow pillars. Let me check. Yes, it does. So this is another thing, I was just talking about this earlier, where electric pillars have this exact same issue of every single, or most of the red tactics for electric pillars are stuck on the exact same slot. So you can never really push the red tactic builds for the shadow pillars too far. Which isn't mattering right now, because shadow pillars are just extremely broken. But it is something that matters for a lot of builds that could be better, or a lot of tactics that could be better. Let's go ahead and go with the conductive electric pillars instead of the shadow pillars for this run then. I think this is another interesting, mechanic for a tactic, too. But it's just not something that really ends up being too useful. You can see that when I have 2 electric pillars down, there's a orb that constantly goes between them. They're not spawning any shadow orbs, though. Or are they doing the same thing, where they're Hold on. I want to see. I think, yeah. I think anytime the pillars spawn an extra orb. Okay. This could actually be more useful than I thought. I think I have an idea for how to run this build now. It's not going to be something I can do this run, unfortunately. Maybe... Let's back out of this run. I think I have enough stuff in Legacy characters that I can do what I want to do. And we're not that far into the run. So I think if this works out how I want it to, we're going to have a lot better build than what I was going for. And it's going to be something similar, too, with these Shadow Orbs. So we're going to... Oh, this is a problem. I need to inherit Shadow Lightning Orbs. Actually, no. This won't work, unfortunately. I need Shadow Lightning Orbs, but I would also need Radiance Electric Pillar, which are both red tactics that require me to use up the summon slot. That's unfortunate. If I had a different way to set this up slightly, I could make it work, but I can't. So what my idea was just have the Shadow Lightning Orbs as their own inheritance, but they won't be active unless I have the actual orbiting Lightning Orbs. Some things you can inherit without, or most things you can inherit without a second tactic. Like, I don't need the fire tactic that's required for this, but I can't just inherit Lightning Orb shot on its own. I need the Lightning Orbs. I wanted to create a bunch of additional orbs through having the pillars and then having Radiance pillars to spawn more. That's really unfortunate. Maybe what we'll do is... I guess we just kind of have to start the same thing. And then pick up the Electric Pillar upgrade through the run like I was doing last time. Wait, let me see something. Wait. No, this does work. Conductive Electric Pillar must be a... Okay, Conductive Electric Pillar is a legacy skill. Or it's a legacy red tactic. So this does work. So we won't have the... We won't be getting additional orbs created from applying Legacy Lightning or Skill Lightning Impulse, but we can pick that up during the run. And then we'll have both. No, I'm losing my brain again. This is going to work because this is the same thing we were doing when I aborted the last run. But what I really wanted to do was have both... I wanted to have both these two effects, and then the red effect where Radiance creates additional pillars. Because that would allow even more Shadow Orbs to be spawned, but it's just not possible. But that's fine. We'll just run the build this way to begin with. It'll reach the same endpoint, it'll just be a different starting point for it. Let me check something real quick before I keep going with the run. Okay, sorry, I just had to check on a couple things. I think this run will definitely be the last one that I do for today, because my streamer brain, that I like to call it, is getting worse and worse. But this run should be pretty relaxed overall. Main thing is that just if I can get things going potential-wise for the first boss or two. We had such a good potential setup last time, too. Oh well. I do really like having this potential for Hibiki as well. It has dodge frames on it the same way that if I used like the actual dodge button, so I can use it to apply things like Jin passive or just avoid damage, and then you can spam it back to back if you. There's a little bit of like a timing thing to it, but it's not that bad. It's just if you try to do it incorrectly, you might get an additional dash or like an additional actual dodge roll afterwards, instead of being able to chain it consecutively. But when you can chain it consecutively, you can use it basically like a triple dash without having triple dash unlocked yet. So it's very useful if you can get used to using it properly. It's something that it definitely did take me a long time to get used to using properly. I didn't like using it for quite a while, but once I got used to it, it was a lot better. I kind of wish they would buff Hibiki's base version of the skill, or maybe even just give it the rotating orbs, or the rotating Oblivion Glaives upgrade by default, because the default version of the move is very bad. And the rotating orbs version of it, or the rotating glaives version of it, is just so much better in every way. I'm pretty sure that if I, like... Yeah, enemies don't take damage from the glaives multiple times, even if they're sitting directly on top of them. The multiple damage numbers that were showing up there were just from Rachel's passive bats hitting them. What makes it where the initial hit is really weak, too. I think it did like 200 damage there. But the bigger problem is that they don't put oh, my words are not working. They don't put enemies into stagger for very long. And that's a problem that Hibiki has in general, is low stagger duration and low range on his attacks. Which is something that the rotating glaives pretty much fixes entirely. Since the rotating glaives hit constantly, they keep enemies in stagger. They also just do a lot better damage. It's kind of weird too, because they did give a buff to his skill, but they gave it through a potential again, and it's not just buffing the base version. Honestly, I don't know why they could have really easily put that extra potential on the base version of it too, which would have been another good way of buffing it. They added a new potential for his skill where you go into stealth after using it. And Hibiki definitely did not need more potentials in total. Hibiki has... Rachel is the character that has the most potentials in the game, by far. She has 44, or somewhere close to that number. And then I can't remember if... It's either Hibiki or Jin that is in second place behind Rachel, at somewhere around like 37 potentials. So Hibiki is the last character that needed any more potentials to begin with. It just makes it even stranger that they added a buff to his base skill as a potential, instead of just making it a general mechanic for the skill itself. Considering how many potentials he had to begin with, and how lackluster it is as a skill otherwise, or just to begin with without any other upgrades. Ah, great. Well, I think one of my... Oh no, one of my pillars didn't bug, it's just in the wall for some reason. These pillars are really buggy, by the way, the legacy electric pillars. Sometimes they'll just stop working entirely. If they ever do, you need to go back to the menu to fix it. And then sometimes they just don't appear when they're supposed to. Actually, I was wrong about what I said earlier. They didn't add the stealth as a new potential. I forgot that they added it on to one of the existing ones. So they didn't actually give him a new potential like I was talking about, but I still would have really rather they just put this as a base effect of the move. I'm also really not a huge fan of that potential in general. It recalls the glaives earlier, which a lot of times I don't actually want to happen. If you're not using the orbiting glaives, then the recall's a lot better, but it makes the rotating orbiting glaives way worse. This is such a good effect, but the obligation on it just makes it a complete gamble of whether I'll get MP back before I run out or not. And since we're running a build it's very vital that I have a constant stream of MP out for the orbiting glaives. I cannot risk that. This effect is also really good, but the obligation on it is just really annoying to play around, more so than anything else. So we're just not going to bother with any of those. I've talked about this in the past before, but I don't really like the way a lot of the obligations are designed on the Covenants. I like the trial ones a lot more than the Covenant ones. The Covenant ones are less so that things are more difficult, but a lot of them are just that things become very annoying to play. Also, with the trial ones, some of them are pretty annoying to play around, but with the trial ones, at least you don't have to play them for the entire run. You just have to play them for 5 combat spaces. Whereas if you get a Covenant with a really annoying effect at stage 1 like this, you're just stuck with it for the entire run. I don't know if maybe they could, I don't know how they would do that. To make them not permanent, but also be different from Trials. I think in general more they just rework the effects or change the numbers on some of the effects. Like I talked about this earlier in the stream, but for those that weren't here earlier, one of the effects is that like your grounded attacks or your aerial attacks or your skills will deal less damage. And right now it feels like probably around like a 90% damage reduction, if not maybe even more than that, but it makes it where basically that attack type just does not deal damage anymore. That's something that I don't consider to be fun to play around. It's like, oh, my grounded attacks are just disabled for the rest of the run, basically. That's one of the effects that, like, they could tweak the numbers on. If it was like a 40% reduction or a 30% reduction, you'd still be able to use those attacks without them being as strong, but it wouldn't feel like that move was just disabled, like it feels like currently. I don't know what they would do about the MP one. I think, actually, I can see what would work well for that. Instead of it being... So the way that it works, it says that you start each battle space at negative 100 MP. The thing that makes that extremely annoying is that it means it in a very literal sense. Even if I have 900 MP total, it's going to start at exactly negative 100 every time. And that's where that becomes very frustrating. Because suddenly, all the MP spaces and everything that you've bought, they don't matter anymore. And then also, there's just a long period of time at the beginning of each space where you can't use skills, which is annoying to play around. For me, a lot of it is muscle memory reasons, where I'll go to use a skill by muscle memory and just not get one. But then, like I said before, also the fact that suddenly all the MP you've been working on building up for your character is just completely worthless, unless you have some other way of restoring MP. I was not paying attention. Luckily, like I said before, these... I think it's called Shadow Heal. These attacks for Hibiki have dodge frames on them, so they can avoid attacks and trigger things like Jin passive. So even though I was not paying attention and dashed straight into a spike, it was able to save me. Now we should be close to getting... Actually, what do we need to pick up for this? I might need to max Thunder Orbs. That would probably make more sense, actually. Yes, I need to max out the Thunder Orbs, and then we can pick up the Lightning Orbs again. Let me see, there's also Electric Pillar Pulse, but... Again, everything that's on Electric Pillar is stuck on the same slot, so you can't do a whole lot with the Electric Pillars right now. I guess I could pick up Flying Blade Pulse during this build too, if I really wanted to. That might be a good idea, actually. I can do something else with the flying blades too, but I'll worry about that after I get the rest of the build put together. There's a fun build with flying blades and dash thunderbolts that I showed off before, which we can easily just throw into this build. I could try to pick up the red tactic here. It's a pretty low chance to see a red tactic out of a tactic space like this, unless you're close to being full on tactics. Because the way that these selections work is it's just a selection of every single available tactic in the game. It doesn't take into account stuff like your chance boost, so I probably won't bother with that. I don't have triple dash, do I? That's a little awkward, but with me being able to use the shadow heal in place of the dashes, it's probably going to be okay. And then I need to remember to actually put the pillars down. One other thing I do not like about the pillars when it comes to this build is that it doesn't work at all unless I use both of my legacy tactics at the exact same time. The red effect to spawn the lightning orbs is only works if there's 2 pillars active. And then the only other way would be to get more pillars is through the red effect of Radiance. But you couldn't even do that unless you inherited one of the red tactics. So that's not something you could do through normal gameplay without more advanced setups of legacy characters and stuff. It's something that they could easily fix, too. And they could have easily fixed the problem in the way that they designed it. Instead of just... It can still have the travel effect where it bounces between the 2 pillars, but if there's just a single pillar active, the orb should just, orbit that pillar, instead of requiring you to always use both of your legacy tactics at the same time. It's just a little bit of an awkward design choice, in my opinion. Ooh, we do finally have tactic damage for one of these runs. So maybe that'll help the build out a bit. I still don't think it's going to make it that powerful, though. Especially compared to other builds.
The screams of a loved one.
I still don't have my rotating Oblivion Glaives, do I? So it's gonna be weird. I guess instead of the rotating Oblivion Glaives, the other way I can apply Lightning Impulses pretty easily is through the in-low slays. I just remembered something else about Hibiki that I might have to try and check during this run. I'm having to waste all my refreshes, though. It's a little annoying. We'll work with it. There's a little... I'm pretty sure the devs referred to it as an Easter egg at some point somewhere. There's a couple of things between tactics that interact with specific potentials. Let's see. I'm not going to pick up any of these, because I might go into attack Flying Blade. But yeah, there's a couple of little Easter egg things between specific tactic and potential interactions. So if I take the up plus dash input, I don't know what the name of it is, but that's... it's that potential that allows you to do the up plus dash input. It summons additional clones, and then those clones will have their own summon effects. So they'll have the lightning orbs that I have. I don't know how they're going to interact with the shadow lightning orbs, though, and the fact that I can have additional ones. So that'll be something interesting to test out. And finally, we can pick up the Orbiting Oblivion Glaives. I think we're getting to a similar problem that I've had on previous attempts of this type of build. If the enemies die on the hit that is supposed to apply the lightning debuff on them... Oh wait, we just didn't even have this yet, so we're not... Of course we're not seeing extra lightning orbs if I don't have the red tactic that does it. But there is an issue where if an enemy dies on the hit that applies the lightning debuff, it doesn't make an orb from this red effect. I hope that's something that gets fixed, because it would make the build a lot better if it does. Like, you can see there, I don't have any extra shadow orbs, even though I did apply the debuff to a lot of enemies, because they died too quickly. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with this red tactic. It almost seems like there's a delay as well between when the impulse debuff gets applied and then when the extra orb actually spawns. I didn't get any that entire time either. So it has a lot of potential to be some interesting stuff to build around. It's just they need to look at how some of the mechanics behind it are working. Haven't tested it quite enough to be able to say for sure, but there's a lot of cases where the orbs just fail to spawn. And this is an issue that I've had consistently between multiple runs of trying to test out this thing and putting it in like different types of scenarios. So it's not just one singular issue with them. It's just something is pretty janky between the way that they're working mechanically. I think a lot of it has to do with just the enemy dying too quickly before the orbs are even able to spawn. I wonder if that's... I don't think that's a problem with actual impulses themselves, though. So it's weird that it's an issue with the red tactic. Like I said before, it almost seems like there's just some weird delay for some reason on when the impulse is actually applied, and then when the lightning orb is actually generated. I don't know why there would be a delay there. It doesn't really make any sense for there to be one. But it feels like that's what's causing a lot of the issues. I can maybe test it on the boss. It's hard to look at what's going on with these against boss fights too, though. Because for some reason, I guess it's probably done on purpose, though. The lightning orbs are spawning behind enemies as well, so it's hard to see them visually a lot of times. Even though you are getting the orbs to spawn, you just don't see them. I'm curious what happens if I want to hit him outside of range. Huh? I got like 4 orbs there. I could have sworn that... Okay, there it went on cooldown. The red effect is definitely going on cooldown sometimes. But then other times it's not. What is going on with this red tactic? I wonder if the... There at the end, the cooldown was, like, decreasing... It was almost like just showing the duration of the orb expiring, and not the actual, like, cooldown on the proc chance? This red tactic is weird. I can't tell you that much. I might have to look at it in the like mine trials after the run. The easiest way to be able to tell what's part of what's going on is standing outside of a boss range and throwing a bunch of inlace lace at it. That way I can have a very distinctive view of how many shadow orbs are being generated without the ones that are actually surrounding me being distracting. I'm trying to think of what would be... So if the activation doesn't actually have a cooldown, or if it has a really low cooldown, you would want the weakest possible skill hit that also does a lot of damage hits, which would probably be unupgraded Inlo Slays. Unupgraded Inlo Slays is pretty bad. It's very, very strong when upgraded, but at base rank, Inlo Slays is not very good at all. Trying to think if there would be any other skill hits that are very weak. I mentioned Lambda's portals as maybe being decent with this build, but Lambda's portals deal really high single target or single hit damage. So I guess they would be good against boss fights, but they would be pretty bad in the normal enemy rooms, which is honestly fine. Lambda can clear normal enemy rooms without any problems to begin with. I don't want to pick up Seeker Thunderbolt. I'll be getting a different red. If I manage to even... I need to find Flying Blades before the end of the run, and the end of the run is coming up soon. If I don't get the Flying Blades, I don't really care either way, though. And the red tactic that I could get for the Thunderbolt now, the Seeking ones aren't... It's not going to make a big difference in the build either way. Let's see. I took some extra exchange points because I'm thinking about buying a tactic or two. But it's going to be difficult since I don't have any refreshes left for tactics or anything. I know I probably passed up a lot of blade spaces early on, too. I wasn't really planning to put the Flying Blades in the build until just randomly in the middle of it somewhere. I mostly want to test out the Lightning Orb stuff anyways, though. I'm not really that concerned with it either. It'll also make things easier if I'm trying to look at some testing things. If random flying blades aren't, well, flying around the screen. So I might just actually not pick them up. If I'm going to use this character for some testing purposes, I'd rather just have less stuff on it. So I will just end up picking up the Seeking Thunderbolts instead. That was actually a pretty big mistake on my part, but it's fine. If you have Orbiting Glaives, and you have the SP skill, and you have the MP for it, you might as well put on the Orbiting Glaives before you do the SP skill, because both the SP skill and the Orbiting Glaives can hit enemies from behind and give you SP back, even though the SP skill is still going. That I tried to show it off there, but there wasn't enough enemies to really use it on. Well, there's the Flying Blades, but I'm not gonna pick them up. They'll make things just harder to see for testing. If I was going to build this into a full build, I'd maybe build it into the Flying Blades, since those have a red tactic with both impulses and lightning dash. But yeah, the SP skill consumes SP immediately, so you can regain SP even while the skill is still going off. And you can, a lot of times you can regain up to half of the SP cost of it if you're hitting a lot of back attacks or if you're hitting a lot of enemies. It's a very powerful thing to do with the orbiting Oblivion Glaives. I don't think on this stage type, yeah, there's not going to be enough enemies there to really make a whole lot of use out of it. But maybe if I see like if I see one of the rooms that spawns a bunch of enemies, I'll try to do it again. I'm also not remembering to put down my pillars, which would be spawning it would be spawning a lot more shadow orbs for me. The pillars are actually spawning a decent amount of them on their own. I just really wish that there was a way to run it with Radiance, because Radiance would spawn a lot of additional pillars for you. So let me check that. All of these shadow orbs that are getting spawned now will be from the pillars. They spawn yeah. They spawn them pretty quickly. So the Radiance with this build, or I mean the pillars with this build is a lot stronger than I originally gave it credit for. It's something I should definitely be remembering to put down more often. I should have taken Rachel's first legacy skill, maybe. For as strong as the wind effect on Rachel's second legacy skill is, it's a little bit annoying to use because you're locked in the animation for a lot longer than other legacy skills. I think legacy skill animations in general are slower than they need to be, but Rachel's is even worse. Oh look, free money. It's funny that if you get a discount on tactics in the shop, and you're playing on high entropy, you can sell them back for more money than you spend. So you're kind of just scamming the shopkeeper, which is really funny to think about, actually. The shopkeeper gives you something on discount, and then you turn around and sell it full price to his face immediately. And he's just like, okay, sounds good to me, buddy. We have a lot of shadow orbs, at least until they disappeared. Immediately after I said it. But it looked like we had quite a lot of shadow orbs stacked up there. Let me check some. I do have the durable upgrade for them. It's not ascended though, so that's hurting things a lot. I think having the extra duration will make you able to stack a lot more of them. So we can maybe try to pick up Ascensions, but it's gonna be pretty luck heavy if I get the Ascension for what I actually want. Does buying... I might be close enough to where... No. If you get maxed or close to max tactics, you can get Ascensions from buying tactics on tactic spaces too. But if I'm buying tactics, there's still a big enough pool of normal... Or there's a big enough pool of attack tactics that I'm not going to be getting Ascensions that way. And I don't know why, but Ascensions just straight up show up less in the shop than everything else. I've looked at this with, there's an abuse thing that you can do to reroll shops, and I've looked at shops pretty heavily this way, just constantly rerolling them over and over. And exchanges, I don't know how bad it is, because I didn't document... Oh, wait, I think there was a way to get more exchange points out of that. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, I didn't document the ratios of how often certain things come up. But I noticed very consistently that tactic ascensions just do not seem to show up nearly as often as anything else in the shop. I don't know why they hate tactic ascensions so much. they remove them as their own space from the game, and then now they barely show up in shops as well. They did buff the ones from shops, at least. Because used to, when you bought them from shops, they were a lot cheaper, but you only got one Ascension. Now when you buy them from shops, they're more expensive, but you get 2 Ascensions. But that's still not a reason for them to be showing up as little as they do. Maybe someday I'll have to actually, like, write down a bunch of shop rerolls and see just how bad the chance is. But I don't really like doing math stuff with probabilities. Oh, so here we're hitting the same problem again, it looks like. Sometimes I'll have a bunch of the orbs when they're actually working properly, and then other times I'll just have really long periods where I can go through an entire room or two and either not get any shadow orbs to spawn or barely get any. I think if they just fix whatever problem is going on here, though, it'll be a lot better build. The Shadow Orb damage isn't real high, but if I'm able to get, like, as much stacked up as I got stacked up in the boss fight, then I think they'd be doing significant enough damage to clear stuff on their own. It's just the very big inconsistency of being able to actually create them in normal rooms is really holding them back right now. See, now I suddenly just have a bunch of them. It can't be the fact that... One thing I had wondered if it wasn't the actual lightning debuff itself, if like an impulse had to hit an enemy to trigger this, and it was just written wrong. But if an impulse had to hit an enemy, I wouldn't be able to stack them in boss fights. Because the part that's considered an impulse is the part where if an enemy is marked by the debuff and then dies, it deals damage in an area. That's what the game considers an impulse. What the game considers lightning is just the enemy getting debuffed itself. It's very, very confusing, because they have way too many similar terms in all the lightning tree. There's lightning, lightning orbs, chain lightning, lightning impulses. At least these are called thunderbolts and not lightning, but then there's just a lot of really similar terms in the lightning tree. Oops. I ran straight into that. Well, I think we probably have more than enough exchange points at this point, but I might as well just keep going for more of them before I take the final shops. I haven't talked about this in quite a while, but the way that Alpha Sector works is that the shops are fixed. You'll always see 3 shops total. And then you'll always see 2 additional boss fights. And then you'll always have Reki, of course, and Susano. The rest is random. But the fact that you'll always have 3 shops is always the same between every Alpha Sector. And then the additional 2 boss fights is also the same rule. It's just different boss fights, of course. And then you never lose a space. Like, if you don't take a space, it doesn't get re-rolled at all. So you can always save shops until the very last thing you do, or the last thing before... you do all the additional boss fights. I should probably actually... I should consider buying extra MP here too, even though I don't really need it. It's just I have so much money that I might as well. Also, at this point, I probably should have done it already. I didn't watch Shadow Mark. I wanted Lightning. That's fine. I can pick this up, and then if I get additional tactics to buy, the pool of things might be low enough that I can get Ascensions off them too. I definitely do not want this upgrade. This is another thing that, if you're running the orbiting version of the glaives, it's not worth it to take it all, because it really reduces the DPS that they'll be able to deal over time. I mean, if you manage to use this, like, right when they're about to time out, then it's worth it. But if you're canceling them early, you're wasting a lot of MP. It doesn't refund MP based on the duration that was left. It's just a flat amount. So, yeah, if I do it like that, where I cancel them early, I'm just completely turning off the DPS of the orbs, and then also not really getting a good refund from them. It's good if you can time it right for the end of things, but otherwise, it's not worth it. I might not be able to get the Ascensions till I run out of these. I don't mind having a little bit of Shadow Marks, I guess. It shouldn't get in the way of testing too much. Shadow Marks is gonna have to be something I try to test more as well. I'm pretty sure that some tactic damage can... here we got a debuff. Here we got an Ascension, but of course that's not the one we want. But yeah, the thing with Shadow Marks are they're gonna be something that's really annoying and complicated to test. I've been trying to test if things like burn will get transferred through it, and it seems to just ignore burn entirely. But I want to know if things like rend work with it, or if any tactic damage works with them. I feel like I'm pretty sure I was able to get the damage from summon ice spikes to transfer. So it might just be debuffs in general, or debuffs in specific that don't transfer for some reason. Which doesn't really... It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Transferring the damage of Burn is not going to break the game. Burn doesn't do a whole lot of damage to begin with. And it's definitely not going to break the game any more than something like transferring the damage of Ice Spikes, if that works. Oh! That's an interesting thing I never thought about. Normally you can't really use shadow marks on most bosses unless you have the red effect for pillars that allows the pillars to be damaged and marked. But Floating Mind is actually considered two separate bosses. So I had these shadow marks on them, and they were getting damage transfer from hitting each other. That's interesting. I don't think it's ever something that would really come into play that often, but it's just a interesting detail about the game. Why did my music just stop? Huh. That's weird. Is there a way I can test it here, I think? I want to put down some of these, and then get a couple of these, and see what happens when I use the... I couldn't see. I don't think the clones get the additional orbs that I spawned this way. So I mentioned before that, yeah, these clones don't have any of these additional orbs that I'm spawning this way. The clones have like a little hidden effect where they will have summon tactics. They'll have their own version of summon tactics. So if I use the clones, then they'll come with their own set of lightning orbs. But they don't get the extra ones that I'm spawning through... God, I hate the naming on this. They don't get spawned through the lightning orbs that are being created by the red effect here. They only get spawned by the actual lightning orbs. Why they would name a red effect almost the exact same name as the original lightning orbs is beyond me. I almost got a phase 1 skip on her. I'm actually kind of surprised we got so much damage out of that. Oh, I mistimed that. It's still a pretty fast phase 1, which is kind of... I think with the amount of potentials that I have and the build that I have with the orbiting glaives, it's pretty expected to be doing high damage outside of Transcendence on basically any character. Oh, I don't have SP. I wonder... It doesn't look like... Oh... I swear I hit the dodge button there, but maybe it was just slightly mistimed. Or maybe I was out... I don't think I was out of aerial dodges, because I think I just jumped. I don't quite know what happened there, but was that I didn't think that was an undodgeable. But maybe it is. Oh, those could actually be two useful red tactics that I could use for another build. There's so many lightning orb builds now that are possible, thanks to the ability to summon more of them through the new red effect on Lightning Impulse. So I'm going to end off the stream pretty soon, but before I do, let's see if we can figure out a little bit more about how these additional orbs are being spawned from the lightning debuff. This red effect here. I think what we found out last time I was messing with this on stream is that there is a little bit of a delay. There's a pretty long delay. Never mind, not a little delay. It's hard to see now with the orbs, but you could see the first time I hit him, there was maybe like a 1 or 2 second delay between when the actual orb showed up. Yeah, there's a long delay on it. But it seems like there might not be a cooldown like I initially thought there were. The icon, if you watch the icon here, you can see that it does look like it goes on cooldown sometimes, but I think rather than showing the cooldown, it's showing the duration of the orbs, and now it's constantly ticking down. It wouldn't be going on cooldown when I'm not even attacking anything like that. So it's not a cooldown, it's just a duration, I think. But the duration thing is getting weird because there's multiple of them out simultaneously. So yeah, if I just hold something like Inlo Slice for a while, I can stack up quite a few of the orbs. The other question is just going to be if they deal enough damage to be worth it, which I don't think they really are. But now, there it didn't look like I was getting that many orbs again. I think one of the problems could be two orbs could be stacking on the same space too, and it could be making it harder to see how many orbs are actually there. But I think I'll try to get some orbs stacked up and then just walk into the boss without dealing any character damage. And I'm pretty sure we'll see how low damage they actually are. Things look high damage when I have the orbiting glaives active and then doing stuff like SP skill or just my basic attacks. But a lot of that is just character damage. Character damage gets very high if you're able to buy a lot of potentials throughout the run. You can see up here that I have a 400% damage bonus. Unfortunately, that damage bonus does not apply to tactics or anything, which is one of the reasons why it's not so much of an issue outside of Transcendence, but in Transcendence, a lot of tactics just don't hold up to the damage that the character can deal. So let's see. It's really not that much damage. It is some free damage that's constantly going, but different builds could be doing free damage for... they could be doing much more free damage than this. Like the poison build that I showed before this run. I think there could be... I don't know. I don't know if I would even want to use this just as... You could throw this into other builds as just like a one-off red tactic. If they ever fixed it to where it works better on normal enemies, they could be quite strong for those rooms, but I don't think it's really something you're able to fully build into to deal DPS for you. On lower entropy runs, I think it's probably more than fine in terms of DPS, but in stuff like boss rush and high entropy, I just don't think, unless there's some other build, it's going to be difficult to build this into something that deals high DPS. Aside from just turning it into another light spear build, I'd have to double check on everything if it's possible, but I think it would be. So what I mean by a light spear build is that you take the... let's see. You take the Thunderbolt tactic, red tactic, where upon hitting an enemy, lightning orbs summon Thunderbolts. That's a summon slot thing. And then you would take... is it on Light Spear? Yes. You can grab Light Spear's red tactic, where Thunderbolts create Light Spears. So your rotating orbs are constantly creating Thunderbolts for you, which then create Light Spears. And then what you do on top of that is you make it where you take Light Spear Light Wave, and then every Light Spear that's being created constantly is also creating Light Waves, and Light Waves deal a very high amount of damage. It turns this build into something that's really broken. So then the question would be... you go... let's see what slot this goes to. What is this even? This should work. Let me... this is a skill and legacy, so... let me pull up the build crafter on screen and show how this... it helps me visualize things a lot too, but it also helps show people what I'm talking about. This is the... let me screenshot this real quick, actually. I need this for later. This is the poison build that I was running in the last run, if you were here. And this is one I plan on adding to the build list, so that'll be updated sometime. So if you want to use the new red tactic for impulses and lightning orbs, I think this is probably the best way to do it. Let me clear out this real quick. That way it's just not confusing anything, or not making anything more confusing. So you'd run attack light wave, and then you wouldn't have anything here unless you inherit it. You take... I guess it wouldn't matter. You can take Light Spear on Legacy or Skill, and then the opposite one, you would put Lightning Impulse. For Lightning Impulses, or Lightning Impulse's red effect, you would take Lightning Orb, that spawns the additional Lightning Orbs, and then for Dash, you would take Thunderbolt with Thunderbolt Light Spear. With Legacy Light Spear, you would take... that's where Light Wave goes, yes. And then Summon wouldn't matter, you could do whatever you want. So the main thing would be getting... wait, something's missing here. Ooh, this does not quite work, does it? I need to go back to check something. Thunderbolt, Light Spear. What do I have wrong here? I have something wrong. Oh no, I know what I'm missing, like a very important part of the build, that's what. So you have Lightning Orb with Lightning Orb Thunderbolt. The Lightning Orbs that are constantly being spawned that rotate around you will spawn Thunderbolts, as well as the Lightning Orbs. You'll be spawning extra Lightning Orbs through this red effect. And then where you go from there is that every time a Thunderbolt hits, it spawns an additional Light Spear, and then that Light Spear spawns a Light Wave. If you wanted to get more fancy with the build, you could run Light Wave Spread here, I guess. I don't think Light Wave Spread probably works off the Light Waves that get spawned through the Light Spears, but I don't know too much about that. Usually you don't need Light Wave Spread with this build because it's already doing plenty of AoE damage. This would kind of just be overkill. But if you did want to make it a 5 red tactic build or just improve upon it more, that's what you could do. This is generally what I do when I'm thinking about new builds for this game, either for a video or just for fun, if anyone was interested. I just I use the build crafter to help manage things and visualize how the build will come together. And then I just look through stuff in the in-game category too, because the build crafter won't stop you from, if something has 2 available slots, like what could I find, for example, here? I guess Light Spear Light Wave is an example that'd be relevant right now. Light Spear Light Wave can go to either Legacy or Skill. What that's determined by is what type of Light Spear you have. So if I have Legacy Light Spear, this is going in the Legacy slot. If I have Skill Light Spear, it's going in the Skill slot. So when using the build crafter, you have to make sure you don't mix things up there, because obviously this is just a Google Sheets. It doesn't have any logic or anything. I could put Light Spear and Legacy here, but then put the Light Spear Light Wave up here in the skill if I wasn't paying attention. Anyways, that might be another build I do later on at some point for a video, but it's basically the same thing as we were already running with Lightning Orbs before. I've done a video on that build. It's just a little better version of the build because you are spawning additional Lightning Orbs. Actually, to be honest, that would actually make a pretty big difference in boss fights if these Lightning Orbs are able to trigger the whole chain reaction, because we are able to get quite a lot of these out from what I saw just now in the testing. I don't know. There's so much stuff I have to test out now with new tactics, which is a good problem to have, but it's also a bit overwhelming. Anyways, I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours now. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it good for today. So thank you guys for anyone that showed up, and thank you guys for if you chatted or if you just watched. I appreciate it either way. It's fun to hang out with people either way. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.